Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Rok Cup Final in South Africa. Today is the final round brought to you by Motorsport South Africa and For the Win Motorsport. We have quite a few championships up to grabs today. We're starting on off the mini Rok, and this one is essentially for Louvier to actually throw, because he's got a healthy championship lead, and as we come up to the start now, we have Ethan Lennon who's on pole. So Louvier is currently 234 points after his drops, as we drop your two worst scores in the championship. So, coming through the final corner up to the start with Ethan Lennon on pole. Let's see if he gets a whole shot. Ethan's in third place. Yeah. Okay, so we've had a false start there. We're coming up again to have a reform. So it's Ethan Lennon on pole position. Next to him is Mambunda, then Louvier, and then Caleb Odendahl. Right, so we're coming through the last corner now, up to the start. Let's see, is it going to be Ethan, or is it going to be Mabunda, or Sambudla? Right, and away we go. And it seems like we have a clean start this time. And it's Ethan Lennon who's been pushed wide there, I think, and has dropped to second place and in first place at the moment. Right, we've got a bit of argy-bargy going on there, but it seems like they've all sorted out and everybody's got through cleanly now. And in first place, it looks like we've got Sambudla. So our championship leader is taken the lead from Ethan Lennon. So he's third place on the grid. He made a good start there to get up to first place. And right, so lap one completed, and it's Sambudla who's set that fastest lap on the first lap, followed there by Ethan Lennon and Caleb Odendahl, with Vian Bosov up in fourth place and Mabundla in fifth. Ethan Lennon hounding the back of Sambudla there at the moment, and Caleb Odendahl going along for the ride as well. And it looks like somebody's putting their nose in. It looks like Vian Bosov has come to join the party there as well. And a front train of carts of 5 of them seem to be getting a little bit of a gap on the rest of the pack. So Zambudla still leads, followed by Ethan Lennon, Caleb Budundal, Vion Bosov and Mabudla. It looks like we might have had a change of spot there. Yes, we have. It's Mambunda who's moved up into the 4th place, and followed by Vion Bosov. And that move looks like it's brought the train a little bit closer back together again. So Luviwe Zambudla still leads us out, followed by Ethan Lennon, Caleb Budendal, Mambunda and Vion Bosov. Looks like Ethan Lennon's sizing up his competitor to try and take the lead. And they're still all holding station. This front train, which is looks like this front train has now become a train of 6 of them. Mabunda's looking very racy there. He looks like he's trying to make up some places. And he has done that. He's moved up into the 3rd place now. But all this fighting going on. Oh, and we've got a change of leadership there. Ethan Lennon does take the lead now from Louis. And the front two seem to be breaking away now with the fighting that's going on behind them. Ethan Lennon having a look behind to see where his competitor is. Seems to be making a small bit of a breakaway there at the moment. And so the second bunch has been headed up there by Caleb. They seem to be losing a little bit of touch with Ethan and Luiwe. And it's exceptionally close class this, and I see the fastest lap has actually been done by the kart sitting in 8th place at the moment. And so let's keep an eye on Christopher Tate, because he certainly seems to be turning purple sectors all the way around the track. So while the leaders are clearly making a breakaway now, a lot of action going on in the second pack, and lots of passing and 3 wide. Let's see what happens there. Yeah. Luke Yill's looking very racy there as well, as he's coming through the pack as well. So we're having 3 separate groupings now. We've got Ethan Lennon and Luviwe Sambudla, and they seem to have broken a little bit away from and then we've got Caleb Woodendal and Vion Bosov in the next grouping. And then the next group of karts is headed up by Caleb Cottrell, Luke Yill and Christopher Tate. We have a pass there. It looks like Vion Bosov has just made his way past Caleb Woodendal. Okay. Christopher Tate once again setting a purple sectors. Bjorn Boshoff looks like he's desperately trying to make up that ground up to the front two carts, and he seems to be doing quite well about that. There's currently a 1 second gap that he needs to try and bridge, and he has got down lap 8 of 12. So Ethan Lennon still holding sway at front there, with Leviwe Sambudla, who's chasing him down but doesn't seem to be able to launch an attack at this particular stage. Although I think Sambudla would do well to actually just hold station, as his championship lead will probably just be extended after this another lap completed there, and that's 10 of 12 laps done. Ethan Lennon looks quite comfortable there in the first place. And then we've got Bjorn Boshoff charging. Oh, we've got a pass there of Caleb Woodendahl. He's fighting with Caleb Cottrell. And Luke Hill seems to have followed through as well, or has he? Yes, he looks like he's got that. Mabunda seems to be wanting to get in on the action here as well. And we got carts touching. We got two carts off the track. That's I think that's Caleb Woodendahl that hasn't been able to rejoin the circuit. And I think that was with Christopher Tate that he collided. Yep, that's the turn. Right. So Christopher Tate would have lost quite a lot of ground there in that incident. We're coming up to the checkered flag, and looks like Ethan Lennon's got this one in the bag, followed home by Leviwe Sambudla, Bjorn Boshoff, Caleb Cottrell, Mayisa Munda, and Luke Hill. Joshua Moore following them across. Mini Rok, probably one of the most exciting classes in the country, exceptionally close racing. The majority of this field is covered by 1 second and a lap, and it's always a very tight class. Next up we'll have the Bambino class. Once again there's a tight championship fight here between Michael Danks, Rafael de Souza, Andoni Pinto and Santiago Friada. And the points position here ranges between 137 for Michael Danks, 134 for Santiago Friada, Rafael de Souza on 124 and Andoni Pinto on 116. Bear in mind the way the championship works is that the best 10 scores for the season count, so each round consists of 3 heats and there's a 4-round championship, and so there'll be 12 heats in all, and your worst 2 scores is what gets discarded. So pole position in the Bambino class will be Michael Danks, and Brody Dowling will be alongside, and see Santiago Frauda, whilst he's currently second in the championship, he seems quite way down the grid, so he's going to have a lot of work to do. Okay, we have a slight delay here. One of the karts was battling to start, so the other competitors have just elected to give him a break, let him try and get that kart started. That person who was battling to start was Andoni Pinto, which is one of our championship contenders. So good sportsmanship being shown there to hold the start, to let him try and get that kart going. And here we go, they're coming out into the circuit now, led by Michael Danks, who's on pole position. And away we go. And that looks like Arabelle Krause, who's actually jumped from third position up into first. Almost a retake of the mini rock race. And Michael Danks is fighting back from that pole position. He dropped to third. He's now fighting back to try and make up those places he lost at the start. Arabelle Krause seems to be getting away from the pack a bit here, and it's going to be Brodie Darling and Michael Danks who are chasing after. Santiago Frauda seems to have a fairly good start there as well, as he's made up some positions from where he started on the grid. And Michael Danks slips into second place and chasing after Arabelle Krause, and trying straight away to try and get into the first place. And dives down the inside. Let's see if we can make that stick. Yes, he does. Michael Danks moves up into the first place, but 3 karts abreast there. Michael Danks is actually getting a nice haul of points here, sort of extend his championship lead, because none of these competitors around him are actually in the championship fight with him. So he's taken a huge haul of points without actually his closest competitors not scoring as high. Arabelle Krause and Brodie Darling seem to be having a tight fight battle there, and along for the ride is coming Cade Konofsky. So there's a 3-way battle going on here now. It seems to be helping Michael Danks to break away from this pack as well. They should be working together to try and close the gap up into Michael Danks, rather. And Cade Konofsky, who's just joined the pack and from a way back, and at the same time setting fastest lap of the race. Pack's definitely closing up again on Michael Danks. He's going to have to watch out now. This is now becoming a four-way battle for the front. Okay, definitely seems to be the competitor on the move and seems to be quite capable of keeping up with him. And starting to attack now, Cade. And half attempt there on Michael Danks. Arable Krauser now has taken second place and also fastest lap in the process, but seems to have lost out straight away again. And as these three are fighting amongst themselves, it gives Michael Danks a bit of an opportunity to a little bit of breathing space. We've completed half distance now. And this front four covered by 0.8 of a second. So it's still all to fight for here. And we have an attack for the lead coming up. And yes, we have a change of leadership there as Brodie Dowling takes over that first position. Will he manage to hold on to that? No, Michael Danks snatches it straight back again. Brodie Dowling has just set a fastest first sector. Michael Danks looking all over the shoulder here, looking to see who's fighting and where they're coming from. Michael Danks still looking over his shoulder. And yes, they're right there. You don't have to look over your shoulder. Still at just 0.8 of a second covering the top four. Michael Danks continues to look over his shoulder. And expecting an attack from Brodie to come. He knows last time he tried that move, he lost out in the next corner, so let's see if he does something differently here. Michael Danks is positioning that kart just perfectly at the moment, not making it an easy kart to pass at all. Okay, on the final lap, Michael Danks is going very defensive. And Yeah. And we come into the flag, and I think Michael Danks is just going to hang on to this one as they all spread across the track. And yes, it's Michael Danks, Brody Darling, Arabelle Krause, and Cade Karnowski. Yeah, look at the sectors in that particular heat. First sector, the fastest kart was Brody. Second sector was Michael Danks, and the third sector was Cade Karnowski. So fairly evenly matched between those kids out there. Welcome back to Vereeniging Raceway, where we're about to start the KZ and Masters race, and a support race for this final round of the South African Karting Championship, which is brought to you by Rok Cup South Africa and For the Win Motorsport. On pole position here, we've got Dominic Dias. Alongside him is Calvin Dias, Craig Kukumu, Paulo Dias, David Hollis, Miguel Dias, and then Connor Rogers, who seems to be quite far out of position. And then Wayne Masters and Michael Bissett. I think the kart to keep an eye on here is definitely going to be kart number 10. Unusual for Connor to be so far back, and he's probably going to be the one doing the overtaking in this race. The KZ and Masters, like the KZ2 class, do a standing start, and these karts get to quite indecent speeds in a very short space of time. And they're away. And they're straight through the middle. I saw Connor Rogers making up a few places already, which didn't really surprise me too much. And I see Connor's already up to third place. And diving through into second place already. Can he make that? Yeah, he's made that stick. I can only guess that Connor obviously had an issue in qualifying, that he was so far back, as he hunts down our leader. It's Calvin Diaz and Connor Rogers, who already is setting the purple sectors all the way around the circuit. And Connor making, makes it stick up into first place. And that's Connor, followed by Calvin Diaz, Dominic Diaz and Craig Kukumu. Yep. And Connor's got to the front, but he's not exactly breaking away, as we have Calvin and Dominic Dias who hanging on to him. So Connor from Calvin and Dominique, and he completes another lap, and it's 3 of the 10 laps that they race. Paulo Dias there is in back battle with David Hollis, and also Connor's got to the front, but he's certainly not getting away from Calvin. It's just 0.4 that's covering the top 3 carts at this stage. Connor Rogers looks like he's about to set a fastest lap here, as he went purple in the first 2 sectors, and yes, he does a 46.832, which is our fastest lap of the race so far. Oh, something has happened to Connor's kart. Some sort of mechanical failure. So that'll promote Calvin to the lead, followed by Dominique Dice. Looks like he's lost an exhaust. Calvin Diaz, our new leader, seems to have invigorated Dominic to fight for that lead. And yes, he's diving through on the inside. Can he make it stick? Yes, he's managed to get it through. So we have a new leader in Dominic Diaz. Calvin has managed to retake it. So we're going to see another attack being launched here. Whereas Calvin just decided he's going to get up and go now. So Calvin has opened a bit of a half a second gap on Dominique. Looking at David Hollis there. He's chasing down Paulo Diaz. And complete another lap, just 2 laps to go in this race. And once again it looks like Dominic is going to make another attempt. He's closed that half a second bike down. He's virtually touching bumpers. So obviously just regrouped himself and he's back in there to try and fight for the win. And we're about to see an attack. Complete another lap and into the final lap. So this is the last chance. So where's Dominique going to try and do the pass? Yes, that came as a surprise, but no, it didn't work. 1 or 2 more opportunities. So Calvin holds sway, and Dominique's going to have to look and try and find another way around. Not too many opportunities left. Yep. So looks like Calvin's got this one covered. So it's Calvin from Dominique, and we wait for Craig Kukumu to come through to finish in 3rd place, and then Paulo Diaz and David Hollis.
Sorry? I didn't bring it. I didn't bring all my equipment.
Okay, next up we've got the OKJ class, and we have somewhat of a surprise on pole position. I think everybody was expecting to see Nick Riss on pole position. In fact, it's Casey Enzo Smith who's actually stolen the pole away, and was quite convincing in qualifying as well with that. The OKJ class is very important in the South African Championship, as the winner of this championship, which is currently being led by Nick Riss, actually wins the FIA Academy ticket and goes and races in Europe. That position is currently occupied by Nick Riss. He's currently doing duty in Europe in the FIA Academy, besides obviously his duties here in South Africa, and he would be hoping to clinch the South African Championship again so that he can actually go and continue another year in the FIA Academy next year. Other people in the championship are Casey Enzo Smith and Jeevan Naidu, who was our winner in the Idubi round of the championship, and then Jaden Querson. This class also consists of two ladies in it, Taya van der Laan and Robinson. Tyler Robinson. Tyler Robinson's also the lady who represents South Africa in the FIA Academy at this particular stage. We'll come around to the start. Let's see who gets the jump here. It looks like Casey made a solid start, and so did Querson, as he also managed to find his way past Nick Riss. It's Taya van der Laan behind them. Casey seems to have already stretched a little bit of a gap. So we've got some. That's Taya van der Laan we're looking at the moment. And she's in battle with Jeevan Naidu. And then Tyler Robinson behind her. Nick Riss has found his way past Querson, so he's going to try and set off to Casey Enzo Smith. And the 91 kart that we saw there now is Luande Pule. There's Ethan Steer chasing after Tyler Robinson as well. Okay, so that's Taya van der Laan, who's just managed to put one over Jeevan Naidu, and that brings Tyler Robinson and Ethan Steer right up close to them as well. We now got Wande Pula, who's putting a lot of pressure on Jaden Huerson. As Huerson and Pule are fighting here, it's giving Nick Roos a bit of an opportunity to break the toe and maybe chase after Casey Enzo Smith, but Casey seems to be in a bit of a purple patch today. He's doing everything right and he's setting purple sectors and also the fastest lap of the race so far. Huerson giving Pule a signal there to work together to try and catch up to Nick Roos again. As we watch Ethan Steer chasing after Tyler Robinson, Devan Naidu and Taya van der Laan. Okay, so Pule and Huerson trying to hunt down Nick Roos. Okay, we watch Huerson here, hard in battle with Pule, but chasing Nick Roos. As we complete another lap, it's 4 of the 15 laps, and once again Casey Enzo Smith sets the fastest lap at a 47.16. And he's actually managed to pull out a 1.5 second lead, which is most unusual in OKJ. It's such a close class, this. As we're watching as Devan Naidu fighting with Taya van der Laan and Tyler Robinson. Taya, Devan and Tyler continue to be scrapping it out here. And there we go. Devan Naidu takes a dive at the inside, but is he going to make it stick? Nope. Taya van der Laan comes straight back at him. As these three are fighting here, we've definitely seen Ethan Steer managing to close up to them as well. As we complete another lap, that's 6 of the laps done. And once again we have a fastest lap from Casey Enzo Smith at a 46.9. So we watch Jaden Huerson at the moment, and he's still trying to hunt down on Nick Roos. I think he's managed to drop Pule a bit, and that's helping him to close the gap up to Nick Roos. Let's see, he's got a 1.1 second he's got to break down, and Casey Enzo Smith has a 1.9 second lead over Nicholas Roos. Casey Enzo Smith just seems to be easing away lap after lap, setting those purple sectors, and now stretching that lead to 2.2 seconds. Casey still being followed by Nick Roos. Driving very impressively to this weekend so far is Casey Enzo Smith. So making the OKJ class this weekend his own. And certainly not doing his championship hopes any harm at all. Nick has a fairly healthy lead in the championship. But the second place in the championship is very tight between Casey Enzo Smith Devan Naidu and Jaden Querson. The gaps seem to be stabilizing a bit with 2.2 seconds still separating Casey and Nicholas, and Jaden Querson at 1.2 seconds behind. So definitely the race at the moment appears to be between Taya van der Laan, Devan Naidu, Tyler Robinson. As we watch Pule. And 5 laps to go. Yep, this is definitely the race. Within the race is between Tyler Robinson, who's made it past Devan Naidu as well. So, and Ethan Steer got the best seat in the house. No, we've got Tyler Robinson making an attack on Taya van der Laan and makes it stick. In fact, she lands up losing positions as well as. So Devan Naidu seems to be the winner in that little exchange, followed by Tyler Robinson, and then Taya van der Laan, who's a big loser in that. Ethan Steer now right on her tail. Devan followed by Tyler Robinson, Taya van der Laan and Ethan Steer. Right. Yeah. It's the closest battle in the field at the moment. That is between Devan Naidu and Tyler Robinson. Remembering, Tyler Robinson is our current representative at the FIA Academy for the ladies. Oh, and we've had a breakdown there. That's Jaden Querson, who's something gone wrong. Not quite sure what that was. So Tyler continues to hunt down Devan Naidu. Nicholas Roos is now 4 seconds behind Casey Enzo-Smith, and Lwande Pule is now in that podium position in third, with the Tyler Robinson Devan Naidu fight is now about 4th place. Casey Enzo-Smith completes another lap, starts his final lap, I think. Now pulled a 4.3 second lead. So Casey comfortably now in the lead on his final lap. We're coming to take the checkered flag now. Absolutely faultless drive from this young man. And well-deserved victory. and he'll be followed home and sets fastest lap of the race on the last lap, followed home by Nicholas Royce. Luando Pule seems to be quite happy about that podium place. And then who's going to get it? It looks like Devon Naidu gets it just ahead of Tyler Robinson and Tayo van der Laan with Ethan Steer bringing up the back of that pack. Next up will be the Kid Rock class, and yeah, we've got Jack Moore, who's on pole position, followed by Rafael de Silva, Ewan Fenter, Logan Bilal, Oliver Neal, Troy van der Laan, Caleb Moss, Maddox Mason, Max Boshoff, Declan Jurgens, Aaron Mason, Johan Nolte and Kai van Rensburg. In this one, the championship lead is currently held by Jack Moore from Kai van Rensburg and Troy van der Laan. See, Kai van Rensburg is right at the back of this field, so he's got a big mountain to climb if he wants to keep his championship hopes alive. Such has been Jack Moore's dominance in the series so far that at this particular stage, the score he has to drop is in fact a victory. And off the line we go, and looks like we've had a false start. So the Kid Rock class is much like the Mini Rock. They use the same chassis and engine. The only difference is these engines are restricted just to keep the power down a bit for the younger kids. Seems to be a very disjointed start. And once again we have a false start. Let's hope we have a third time lucky here. Although these carts are very, very spaced out. No, can't see that being a start. So we've got a red flag now, which means they must all come back to the start finish and stop there. I can see Eric Schultz, our clerk of the course, is probably going to have a word with them. I think Eric Schultz there reminding our pole sitter Jack Moore that it's his responsibility to dictate the pace at the start, and that essentially they've got to make sure that their pack is bunched up suitably so that they can actually have a clean start. Okay, so we're going to try again. Let's hope they get a bit more bunched up now for the start. And let's see, still big gaps. But it looks like we have a start this time. And looks to me like Jack Moore's held on to that lead from Rafael da Silva. And yep. Jack Moore and Rafael da Silva lead them out, followed by Ewan Fenter. Well, Jack Moore and Rafael da Silva had a year-long tussle at the front of this field, and I see that kart number 55, that being Max Bossoff has been given what is known in karting as the Japanese flag. It's the to indicate that there's some damage to your kart and you need to report to the pits and have that repaired before you can continue to race. I hope that young lad knows what that flag means. And it looks like Rafael de Silva's moved up to the lead of the pack, followed by Jack Moore. And Ewan Fenter and Maddox Mason and Troy van der Laan. I think current second place championship holder being Kai van Rensburg seems to not having it going his way today. He's bringing up the tail of the field, so clearly some issue with his kart today. So once again coming through to complete another lap, Rafael de Silva in the lead from Jack Moore and Ewan Fenter, with Maddox Mason in fourth place. These four seem to be getting away from the pack at the moment. Jack Moore looking over his shoulder to see who's behind him. He's done a lot of looking over his shoulder this season because he's got virtually all these races he's won. These four seem to be easing away from the pack, with Rafael de Silva, Jack Moore, Ewan Fenter and Maddox Mason. Last lap was Rafael de Silva set fastest lap of the race so far with a 57.3. And we've seen a pass coming up here with Ewan Fenter making his way past Jack Moore. See what Jack Moore is going to allow that to happen. I'm sure he's going to try and fight back quickly, because the more he stays behind, he's going to lose out to Rafael de Silva, who seems to be managing to eke a little bit of a gap away from the pack at the moment. Ewan Fenter seems to be defending that position quite well at the moment, not allowing Jack Moore an opportunity to pass. I think the next big opportunity will be after the long main straight and down into the hairpin corner. The pack we're watching at the moment was being led out by Aaron Mason, with Troy van der Laan, Logan Villa and Jan Alter in it. Rafael de Silva seems to be getting away now. They're gonna, with 6 of 9 laps completed, they're going to have to make a plan, because he's almost a second clear of Ewan Fenter now. We've got Jack Moore fighting tooth and nail with him, and then slightly behind them we've got Maddox Mason. Mason definitely looks like he wants to get involved in this little tussle, as the two of them are fighting, just allowing him to creep closer and closer to them all the time, and at the same time allowing Rafael da Silva to get away. Looks like we got an attack coming. Yes, it was about half attack for Maddox Mason. Actually lost a little bit of ground through that attack. And 7 of the 9 laps is now complete with just 2 to go. Ewan Fenter very successfully using that Rolf Schumacher kart to keep Jack Moore behind him. And Jack Moore takes a dive down the inside, and yes, he's made that stick. He obviously, some don't put up for a while, and it's brought Maddox Mason straight into the fray as well. And does he make it through? Yes, he also makes it through. So in one lap, Ewan Fenter's lost 2 positions. But I think Rafael da Silva has done enough that just keep it clean till the end, and they're not going to catch him. As he crosses the line now this time around, and with 1.6 second lead into the final lap. Just keep it clean, young man, and you've got this one in the bag. So Rafael da Silva in that Tony kart in front. A little bit wide there from Maddox Mason in his attempt to keep Ewan Fenter behind him. And on this final lap, as we watch Rafael da Silva, faultless drive. Yep, Rafael Silva, he'll be happy about that. Yes, there goes the fist bump. Jack Moore and Ewan Fenter manages to get past Maddox Mason on that final lap as well. Next up, we're going to have the KZ2 class. This is the premier karting class in South Africa, with the 125 engines, 6-speed gearboxes, and a very tight championship to boot. Heading that championship at the moment is Josh Kutzer on 223 points after drops, followed by Keegan Masters at 222, Fabian Lance 219, and Roman de Beer 210 points. The KZ2 class is once again also a standing start, and you'll see the exceptional acceleration of these karts as they get them off the line, and the timing of dropping the clutch to going is exceptionally important, as you will see now how places are gained and lost on the starts. So we have Fabian Lance, who's put it on pole, followed by Josh Kutzer, Dino Sturman, Keegan Masters, Roman de Beer, Delon Thompson, Carlo Ulifi, Jason Kutsia, Scott Faulkner, and Michael Pringle. I think one of the karters to watch on the start here is certainly Keegan Masters. He's sitting in 4th place. If he does anything like one of those starts that he did at Benoni earlier this year, where he almost won the race on the start. a lot up for grabs, because the winner of many of these classes actually gets to go and represent South Africa at the World Final later this year in Italy. As we see Josh Kutzer doing a practice start. Fabian Lance on pole position, our rose amongst the thorns. This young lady is exceptionally fast. Okay, so it's Fabian who gets the whole shot from Josh Kutzer, but Josh looks like he was diving down the inside. Has he made that stick? No, he hasn't. Fabian has managed to protect that position as we watch Jason Kutzer come in there with Dino Sturman. Jason also had a good start, and looks like Dino lost a couple of places on that start. And Keegan Masters, obviously not quite as good a start as he did in Benoni, but he looks like he's certainly made up a position. And Jason Kutzer definitely made up a lot of places, because he was quite a few places down on the grid, and that was an exceptional start from him. So Fabian completes lap 1 in the lead, followed across the line by Josh Kutzer, and then Keegan Masters and Carlo Ulifi. Okay, we have Keegan Masters who's got through on Josh Kutzer. That certainly won't do his championship battle any harm, as there's only 1 point in it between these two men. Oh, and we see the two of them coming together. Josh looks like he came out the best of that one, and Keegan's lost a few places down the field. In fact, Keegan, yep, he's rejoined it, but looks like he's going a bit slow at the moment. As we see an attack there on Roman De Beer as well. So Carlo Ulifi is a benefactor of that, as he has moved up into second place behind Fabian Lance. And Dino Sturman, who's now got ahead of Jason Kutzer, and he's on the tail of Josh Kutzer. Yep, so there we see that again. It looks like a bit of a racing incident, I think, where the two of them came together. As we see Dino Sturman making his way past Josh Kutzer, and Josh Kutzer just switched back, but Dino Sturman, it looks like he's made it stick, and he's moving over to protect his line, and it looks like Jason Kutzer wants a bit of that action as well. And it looks like we've got a recovering Keegan Masters there, who's now also making his way onto the back of that, and Jason Kutzer gets through, but Keegan gets through on both of them. So does Jason make it stick? And it looks like Roman De Beer is coming along for the ride as well. Yes, Roman has managed to get up past Josh. That is definitely going to switch the championship positions around, from Josh leading to Keegan leading the championship. So there we go, it's good. So Fabian Lance still in the front, ahead of Carlo Ulifi, Dino Sturman and Keegan Masters. And Josh Kutzer now, who's also behind Dylan Thompson. So we're watching Roman De Beer in battle with Dylan Thompson, and Jason Kutzer just ahead of him. So 5 laps completed, that's 1/3 race distance. These karts are very busy karts to drive, a 6-speed gearbox on a tight circuit like this, you're changing gears all the time. As we watch Jason Kutzer being followed there by Josh Kutzer, just making it past Dylan Thompson. They're trying to recover some of that championship position points. So Josh Kutzer now is hunting down Roman De Beer. Roman De Beer went in turn. Looks like he's putting a pass on. We've got a yellow flag. I'm not sure what that is. As Fabian completes another lap. But I believe he's in a spree kart. And Carlo Olivier seems quite comfortable in that second place, although he needs to watch out because Keegan Masters is definitely on the attack, having just set fastest lap of the race at a 46.114. So Carlo Olivier been hunted down by Keegan Masters. And then Roman De Beer, teammate of Keegan Masters. He's certainly not going to make it easy when if Josh Kutzer does manage to get past Jason Kutzer. He'll be wanting to do his best to assist his teammate to steal some points away from Josh Kutzer as Josh continues to hound Jason Kutzer. Jason's also looking very comfortable today compared to yesterday. He was battling quite a bit to get the speed out of the kart, but they've certainly found it this morning, and Jason driving very well. Right, so we've got Keegan Masters now, has caught up to Carlo Olivier, and certainly going to look... Oh, we have Dino Sturman out the race, not quite sure what has happened to him. So, Keegan Masters looking to find a way to pass Carlo Olivier to extend his championship advantage. And yes, it's down into the hairpin. No, it's not. Carlo Olivier manages to defend that position. But for how long? Roman De Beer now gained purple in the first sector. So he's certainly wanting to get into the action as well. Get up behind his teammate and assist him in that championship battle. So Carlo Olivier having to drive a very... Oh, no, there we go. Keegan Masters has got through. And he sets off in pursuit of Fabian Lance. And Roman De Beer is coming along for the ride very quickly as well at the moment. So, Carlo Olivier now firmly in the sights of Roman De Beer. Roman De Beer all over the back of Carlo Olivier. A lot of pressure on this man. And where's Roman De Beer going to make an attempt? I would suggest at the end of this main straight into the hairpin. Yes, there he goes, and not able to defend that position. So that puts the Scuderia course karts in second and third place, chasing after Fabian Lance. Josh Kutzer now in the fifth place, which I mean quite a big swing in the championship. And Jason Kutzer now behind Josh Kutzer, followed by Delon Thompson. As we watch Michael Pringle. And Jason Kutzer in his Esprit kart. As we watch Keegan Masters, Roman De Beer, Carlo Olivier. That's second, third, fourth. And then Josh Kutzer, Jason Kutzer. But we've completed 12 of the 15 laps, and Fabian Lance has now got a 1.5 second lead, although Keegan Masters is setting purple sectors and fastest lap of the race in the last lap of a 45.8. So let's see if that lead of Fabian's has come down at all this lap. She was 1.5 seconds ahead. Keegan definitely seems to be visibly closer to Fabian. Yep, that lead definitely came down by 0.4 in the last lap, so it's now at 1.1 seconds. So Fabian's either going to have to get a move on, or she's going to be defending very shortly. Okay. Yeah, so Keegan's now got sight of Fabian, chasing down hard. Okay, so this is going to be a last lap dash, it looks like, with Fabian coming through to start the last lap. And that gap is now down to half a second, so he took half a second out of her in that last lap, so he's certainly got the pace. Has he got the time? It's going to be difficult to ask, but I'm sure Keegan's up to the task if the opportunity presents itself. Very, very close, but I don't know whether he's actually going to have enough track to actually complete a pass anytime soon, as there's not too many spots left. He's going to dive wide. He's going to try and cut the inside. Nope, I think Fabian's got it. Yep, Fabian's got it from Keegan Masters, Roman De Beer, Carlo Ulifi, Joshua Kutsa, and then Jason Kutsia. So by my unofficial reckoning on the points position, Josh was 1 point ahead of Keegan Masters. And now, without worrying about the discards at the moment, which we do need to worry about at some point, that gives us a 4-point swing, at least. There we're currently looking at mom of Ethan Lennon, who won the last mini rock race, up on the stands to watch Heat 2. Ethan, who's the number 50 cart, will be heading off to Italy on Sunday night to go compete in some Italian races. Okay, they're just recovering Dino Sturman's cart. Not quite sure what happened to him. Okay, so the grid positions for Heat 2 are determined by the fastest lap that was achieved in Heat 1. So it looks to me like Tate in the 43 kart is on pole position here. Yeah, Christopher Tate pole position, followed by Mabunda, Luke Hill, Caleb Cottrell, Ashton Repsold and Ethan Lennon. So with the Mini Rock, we also have a class within a class. We've got the Under 10 Championship, and the last round was actually won by the lady in the class. That's Berlin Robertson. And Berlin will be driving the number 18 kart. If our memory serves me correctly, I think Maddox Mason is one of the other competitors in that, Matthew Mason, in that under 10 class. So our first and second place karts from the last heat are quite far back in, so they're going to do a lot of work to get to the front. And it's a go, and does Christopher Tate get the whole shot here? And it certainly looks like it. Christopher Tate has got through, and followed by Mabunda, I think. As we come down into the hairpin for the first time. And there's lots of places changing there. I'll try and identify some of them. We have Ethan Lennon, looks like he's moved up to 5th place. As we watch Caleb Oudendal there in the 75 kart, followed by Boshoff in the 37 kart. So, up to 4th place, looks like it's now Ethan Lennon. As he hunts down Mabunda. Current leader Christopher Tate, followed by Luke Hill, Mabunda, and then Ethan Lennon. So Luke Hill in that Rolf Schumacher kart, being followed by Mabunda, which I believe is a CRG, and then Ethan Lennon in the Esprit kart. So Christopher Tate looks like he's been caught by Luke Hill now. So the trainers come a little bit closer together. So Tate, Hill, Mabunda, Ethan Lennon. Ethan Lennon makes it up to 3rd place now. And while these karts are squabbling, and Ethan Lennon goes into 2nd place now as he manages to pass Luke Hill and now sets after Christopher Tate. Christopher Tate still holds sway at the moment, as there was an attempt there by Mabunda to pass Luke Hill. And Ethan Lennon leads him second to Christopher Tate as they cross the line. And Ethan Lennon makes that up. Yeah, he takes the opportunity that was presented to him and moves into the front. At the same time, Luke Hill and Mabunda seem to be coming through as well. So Christopher Tate lost a whole heap of positions there in one foul swoop. So now we have Mabunda hunting down Ethan Lennon, followed by Luke Gill, Christopher Tate. Lots of activity going on in the field here. This is proper mini rock racing. Close competitors. Okay. So Mabunda and Luke Gill continue to chase Ethan Lennon. And Christopher Tate now in a tussle to hold on to that fourth place as he has Ashton Repsold, Vion Boshoff and Joshua Moore all fighting to get up there as well. This looks like Moore making a dive through on Boshoff and manages to secure that position. And Caleb Cottrell, who's at the back of this pack, also wants to get into the action. Christopher Tate, who's leading out that second group of carts, nose to tail. Luke Gill, who continues to hunt down Mabunda, followed then by this second battle with Christopher Tate. And Ashton Repsold seemed to have managed to break away from the other pack and trying to close up on the Luke Gill Mabunda battle. Ethan Lennon, who seems to be starting to stretch his lead a little bit over Mabunda and Gill. Luke Gill in that second position is now almost a second behind Ethan Lennon and defending hard from Mabunda, so that's certainly not going to help him. And as Christopher Tate and Ashton Repsold have joined the fight, it's only going to assist Ethan Lennon from stretching his lead even further. So Mabunda on the back of a very defensive Luke Gill, which is certainly assisting the others in closing up. Vion Boshoff is in the party as well. And Vion Boshoff actually manages to get through there on Repsold. Yeah. All this fighting is just giving Ethan Lennon the opportunity to stretch his legs. Is now 1.8 seconds clear of the pack, and as the pack now closes up together again, altogether we've got Christopher Tate, we've got Vion Boshoff, we've got Luke Gill, we've got Mabunda, I've actually just noticed that Luviwe Sambudla is looks like he's pulled into the pits. I don't know what happened to it. Ended his race early. But as I mentioned, he has got quite an extensive championship lead, so it's going to be very difficult for anybody to catch him in the championship, though not impossible. And the fight rages on here with Luke Hill and Christopher Tate, who's fought his way back up again into the group and now pushing Sambudla. And him being pushed in turn by Vian Bosov. So Sambudla tries the outside, that's not going to work. And then switches back, and Luke Hill manages to defend the position. And Ethan Lennon just stretches his legs further. Now 2.5 seconds clear of Luke Hill. So Luke Hill, Sambudla and Christopher Tate hard in battle. Luke Hill still holding sway. There's Ralph Schumacher kart for Sambudla and Christopher Tate. Luke Hill, Sambudla, Christopher Tate, the battle rages on. There we go. Ethan Lennon out on his own. Now almost 3.5 seconds clear of the fighting pack. Then Luke Hill comes through, followed by Mabunda, Christopher Tate, and Luke Hill still defending for all he's worth from Mabudla and Christopher Tate and Caleb Cottrell. Vian Bosov seems to have dropped off the back of this pack a bit, and we are on the final lap. And Mabudla manages to find a way past Luke Hill eventually. And now as we coming up to the line now, we have Ethan Lennon to take the checkered flag. Followed home by Mabudla, Luke Hill, Christopher Tate, Caleb Cottrell, Vian Bosov, Ashton Repsold, Caleb Udendahl.
Right, folks, welcome you back to Vereeniging Kart Circuit in sunny Gauteng. And Mike's side here, Francois Butler. Sorry I'm late, flight missed. Unfortunate happening. But we're up next with the Bambinos. Looking forward to a good race. And to all the folks out there, welcome. It's a sunny afternoon. I expect a lot of exciting racing. We've already had quite a bit out there. And we'll have a look, see what happens in the Bambinos now as they leave the paddock out onto the circuit. Right, so the young folk out there quickly heating up some tyres, bedding in some brakes here for heat number 2. Getting out there, you can see the urgency in the faces of the drivers through the visors as the camera pans in on them. All happening out there. The 4th round of the Rok Series Cup. And so far, all racing has been very heated. Out into that left-hander. Track temperature should be pretty good and get some good bite on those tires. Some of these kids don't know where the brake pedal is. They just stay their foot on the accelerator all day long. Rolling around into the right-hander. Going well. Right, so over the line that goes. Leading out there, the 61 kart. That's Santiago Frado out there in front. Kate Kanofsky sitting there in 3rd place. Lots of pressure there on Frado. Down they go into the left-hander. Nice wide line cutting into the apex there. Cooper Kanofsky. So it's all happening out there. Looks like we've got to take there. Cooper down the inside, moves up into 2nd place. Michael Danks down in 6th. Rafa de Souza down in 7th. It's all happening out there. Lots of pressure there on Santiago Frade in the front. And good dicing there for 2nd place. Another change up as Kanofsky moves back up into 2nd place. Up on the inside. Cooper looks up on the inside and he slides up inside there of Kanofsky. Frade still looking out side-by-side stuff. It's very exciting. Oh, there's a little bit of a rubbing. He's racing there. Now's your father. You can imagine the dirty look coming out of that visor now as they roll into the right hand up over the start-finish line to finish lap number 2. Cooper Kanofsky at it there. Danks moves up to P5. So Danks is on the move. But there's a lovely scuffle there. A 3-way tie there now for 2nd place. It's all happening. They're moving out and still pushing hard. So a big change up there. And Cooper in 2nd place, Kate Kanofsky. Krause in 4th, Danks up into 5. It's all happening there. Besaidno 6th, D'Souza 7th, Antunes in 8th, Pinto in 9th, and Boshoff down in 10. Lots of red hot race there. Danks moving up into that little troop there of 4 karts, trying to work his way through. And Cooper still slides up into 2nd place. Danks looking for a way through there. Well, there's lots happening. Kanofsky and Cooper at it, hammer and tongs there. Over the line now for the 3rd lap. And once again, Cooper up on the inside. There's no space. Danks trying to find a way through. It's a 4-way tie there for 2nd place. Danks down in 5. And Frado streaking out in front. He leads by about 3 seconds. And the rest of the pack want to try and reel him in. Once again, Cooper looks up on the inside there of Kanofsky. Makes it stick. He slides up into 2nd place. So lots happening out there at the moment. Big jostle there for 2nd place. 4 karts in it. That's where the race is at the moment. Will Frade hold on to it? We'll have to wait and see. Kanofsky looking to see if he can get through. Danks sits there in 5. It's very, very close at the moment. Right, we'll have to wait and see. And once again, Konofsky up on the inside there, but Cooper says, don't worry, I'll slide up on you inside. Danks looks up on the inside. He tries to move up place, but there's no space for him. He doesn't get through. So things are happening now. 3 cards abreast. Are you for real? Is this going to pan out? It does. Danks slides up 1 position. He moves up. Danks up there now. So he's getting along swiftly. Danks up into 4. Konofsky 3. Cooper 2. Frado still sitting out in front. This is brilliant, brilliant stuff here from all of them. So we have a look, see now as they work their way down. Santiago Frado still leading out there. They're trying to reel him in. And Cooper up on the outside. He cuts across the bow there of Konofsky. Second place, holds on. Danks is also there, trying to reel the folk in. It's rather difficult stuff, but I'm sure he'll get through at some stage. Pressing on now into that long sweeping left-hander as they roll around. And pushing their way through. Right. So can I get through there now? And Konofsky squeezes up on the inside. Cooper sits there. So does Danks. Danks trying to get through. No space, but he's hounding them. This is brilliant stuff from these young lads here now as they fight it out. Cutting across each other's bows, trying to keep it honest. Working their way through. Hit that apex nice and tight now as they roll up over the start-finish line to complete lap number 6 of 8. Or 5 of 8, sorry, 5. And still Santiago Frado, Cooper Darling, Konofsky, Michael Danks, and Krauser. That's your top 5. It's becoming quite exciting here towards the closing stages of this race. See how they pan out. And rolling away there. It's all happening up front. And once again, Cooper around the outside there with Konofsky. Konofsky shields him off. And it looks like Danks has got through up to 3rd. Michael Danks moves up into P3. It's definitely getting nice and exciting here towards the closing stages. 2 and a bit laps to go. That's all they have. Who's going to be? It looks like Frado still out front. Unopposed at the moment. He's got a fair lead. So no one's going to get too close to him. All pushing out there. Right now, around they go. And Danks is pressing hard. Danks is on the back of Cooper. Danks looks up on the inside. He looks behind him. Looks to the side. Can he squeeze in? Side by side stuff. But Cooper says, no, you stay where you are. You can see those heads are down. The concentration levels 110%. Frado still leads out front. Now, what's going to happen? Danks looks alongside him, looks behind him, looks in the front. Can I get through? He's pushing hard. Yes, he squeezes up, moves up into 2nd place. Can he hold on to that? No, well, we'll have to wait and see now. Up on the inside. Konofsky also pushing hard there. Danks up on the inside there, holds on to that 2nd place. He's got Cooper and Konofsky there with him. It's hard pressed. Anyone's game here for 2nd place. Still Frado leading out. Frado still leads out. Cooper and Danks. Danks holding out there. And Cooper sits there and once up on the inside. Konofsky has a look. This is brilliant stuff here. Danks sits out there. Here comes Cooper up on the inside. And he slides up on the inside. Brilliant stuff there as he rolls through. Once again, cross the line. Final lap. Final lap now. What's going to happen? Frado leading out. Santiago Frado leading out. Konofsky in 2nd. Danks 3rd. Cooper in 4. Well, this is real tight stuff here for 2nd place. The fight ensues. And there we go. Well, Cooper sits there now in 2nd place. Up behind him now, it's... have a look there now. See, can he get through? Can Konofsky get through? Danks sits there behind him. Danks slides up in front of Konofsky. He goes through. Brilliant stuff. Well, it's going to be a tight one down to the checkered flag in this heat number 2. Konofsky leading out there with Danks and Cooper. Around the right-hander they go. One more right-hander. Can Danks press through? He's trying. They're all sort of line astern stuff, trying to slipstream each other. There's your lead at the moment. Checkered flag time. Checkered flag goes to Santiago Frado. Cooper lies in second place. Will he make it to the line? They side by side stuff. It's going to be tight. Cooper does it. Followed by Danks, Parkanovsky and Krause. Souza. Then Besaidnout over the line. And the rest of the field follow. Well, that was the second heat of the Bambinos. And exciting stuff indeed it is. Right, folks, it's the second heat of the KZ2 Masters. And we look forward to some exciting stuff here. Out there we got Paulo Diaz, Connor Rogers, Dominic Diaz, Calvin Diaz, Wayne Masters and Miguel Diaz. Well, it's a Diaz family affair. And last time out at Benoni they had, or should I say down at Durban, it was quite tight. Benoni also great racing there. And the Diaz family showing their mettle as they went out. So it's a static start. They just quickly warm up. It's a shifter kart. They do have gears, all 6 of them. Expect some exciting stuff here. These are seasoned veterans, they're masters. So I reckon we're going to be in for some sterling racing here. And things being taken easy there as they just heat up the tyres and bed in the brakes. See Connor Rogers there at the back in the number 10 in the 7 kart. There is Calvin Diaz. Up behind him in the 46, Dominic Diaz. So they roll up onto the tram lines. There you have it on the front row. Dominic and Calvin Diaz. Second row there. Paulo Diaz and Craig Kukumur. Then Miguel Diaz, David Hollis, Michael Bissett, Wayne Masters and Connor Rogers brings up the rear. Right, so the flag marshal just checking that they're all in their respective pit boxes. Green flag waves, says no, says the front marshal. Not as all kosher. One more lap. Get them going. Just a quick warm-up lap things aren't quite the way they should be. Nonetheless, they're just getting themselves sorted out. An extra lap to warm up. Put more heat in those tires, and that is what you'll want, because you'll want maximum grip when you address those corners, be it a left or right hander. You body weight, you'll be putting a couple of G-forces when you go into those corners at high speed. The traction, the track tire bites, and you then feel how your body wants to sort of climb out the kart. Nothing holding you down, so you've got to sort of restrain yourself in your seat to make sure that you don't fall out. A lot of strain taken on the rib cage here during the course of the day's events, as they take the final right-hander to come up to the grid proper, bedding in those brakes and heating up those tires. What a beautiful afternoon down here in Vereeniging. Thank you to all those that make it possible. To For the Win Racing, Gary Lennon for bringing me up from Cape Town. Unfortunately, a mishap of missing their first flight. I pay the consequences. That's just one of those things. Right, red flag. Down, ready to go. Waiting for the start. Lights off, and away they go. Right, make their way down. And already taking the lead there is the number 7 kart, and that is Calvin Diaz. Calvin Diaz leading out. And right up there behind him is the 46 of Dominic Diaz. So they work their way now into the left-hander. You can see them all jostling for positions. High-speed stuff. The front end, absolutely frenetic stuff there as they roll into those left-handers. And leading out still there, Calvin Diaz. He's under immense pressure. And not too far behind him is the rest of the field. They were pressurizing him and not letting him get away. Into the right. Now the left-hander. You see some of those wheels as they lift up. Oh, beautiful maneuver there from the number 10, Connor Rogers, as he slides through on the 25 of Paulo Diaz. Still Calvin Diaz leading out. He's under immense pressure there from Dominic Diaz. Dominic sitting there right on his tailgate. Looks up on the inside. He manages to work his way through. Brilliant stuff there from Dominic Diaz. He slides up on the inside of Calvin. So the race is on now. Dominic leads out. Calvin sits second place there. And up behind him there, Kukumori in third. But almost a half a second just there behind Calvin. So not too far away. He's within reaching the distance. Connor Rogers putting up into fourth place already. So Connor Rogers is really pedaling along. Working their way through. Rogers looks up on the inside. Slides his way up into third. A nice maneuver there. And that on lap 1 already. Making intentions known there from the early stages. So coming around there now, still Dominic Diaz, Calvin Diaz, Connor Rogers, and Kokomo sits there in the fourth place. Up into that right-hander there. Roll around, tight stuff. You see them working with that steering wheel and the gear lever. Scroll around into the left-handers. Tight stuff, all hugging the curb as they work their way through. It's a long left-hander. And you can imagine the strains there on the rib cage as they work their way down. 9 to the right-hander. This kart nice and flat, makes it easy for racing as they roll around. Still Dominic Diaz leading out. Calvin sits there behind him, tentatively watching on. The man to keep an eye on though is Connor Rogers. He sits there in P3. He's made his intentions known very early in this race as he slides up into P3. Kart's bouncing around as they hug the curbs. Still there, Dominic Diaz, Calvin Diaz, and Connor Rogers sitting there in P3. Rogers pressing hard. He's looking to get close there to the back of Diaz. That's Calvin. Is he going to try and pull a maneuver on him pretty shortly? Well, we'll have to wait and see. Come around. And Rogers is there. He's absolutely sliding it into that long bending left-hander now. Works it back into the right-hander. He wants a way through. He's there. I'm sure that Calvin has got other intentions. He wants to get in front of Dominic, but Dominic holds off there with about a 0.3 hundredths of a second lead. It's close stuff. And pressing hard over the tram line they go there. The start-finish line, that's 4 laps out of 10 down the chute as they push on hard. Dominic Diaz pressing hard. He doesn't want to let Calvin through. Connor Rogers, is he biding his time? Strategizing his way through this race now. Down into that right-hander. Late on the brakes. They change down, fade their way around towards the right hand. Then they got that long sweeping left-hander. Into the left-hander they go. Another one. Brilliant stuff there. Diaz pulling away ever so slightly there from Calvin. But Calvin has got a double-edged sword here now. He's trying to fend off Connor Rogers, but at the same time trying to attack Dominic in the front. The front end there. Kokomo's there in 4th. Masters in 5. And then the rest of the field follow through. So can they get through there now? Pressing hard over the line. A peek over the shoulder from Calvin Diaz. He sees Connor hugging his tailgate there. And wants to try and defend. Oh, slides up on the inside. Rogers pulls up into 2nd place. Thank you very much. He says, puts his hand up, says, you're such a nice bloke. You just let me slide through up on the inside. And work their way through. So, what's going to happen now? And, well, I'll tell you something for nothing. That out front there, Dominic Diaz not wanting to let anyone get through. Calvin's there with him, and Rogers sitting in 2nd place. Can he get through? He's pressing hard. He's been cutting his way through the field. Blue flags waving with some of the slow markers as the fast crowd come through. And focus there on the 27 kart. And that is Kokomo sitting there in P4. But back to the leaders. Watch Rogers. Dominic Diaz still leading out. Calvin sitting there in 3rd behind Rogers. Rogers in 2nd place. He's about a 2nd behind. Oh, and Dominic still has time to let the steering wheel go and reset his rib protector. Have a look at that. There's the experience coming out right there. Dominic Diaz into the left-hander. And Rogers follows there. Calvin sitting there in P3. Calvin would like to be a bit closer. And Kokomo is trying to close down him, but he's about 2.5, almost 3 seconds behind him. He's a bit of a tall order. Dominic Diaz still leading out. Well, we're on the 7th lap already. Not too much to go. And is Dominic pulling away there from Connor? Well, we'll have to wait and see. Has been doing well. They use the whole circuit to their benefit now as they're rolling to the right hand of the start-finish line. And pressing hard. Dominic pressing away there. Connor here about 0.7 of a second there behind him. Down into that wrong right-hander. And they're coming there full tilt. Roll around. Now they've got that long double left-hander they're going to sweep around. Keep an eye there on Diaz, Rogers, and then next Diaz, Calvin Diaz there in P3. Kokomo now 3.5 seconds behind Calvin Diaz. So we'll have to wait and see how that one works out. Keeping the eye there on the 7 of Calvin. He sits up there behind Connor Rogers. He'd like to get back a bit closer. Connor, well, he's put his hand deep in his pocket now, pulling out all his tricks to try and close down on the back of Dominic. A slow runner there. Looks like Paulo Diaz has got a bit of an issue as they pass him. So it's all happening out there. Dominic Diaz still leading out. And Calvin Diaz, a shot came into shot there now as Dominic leads out. Connor Rogers now almost a second. So Dominic laying down the gauntlet here now as he leads out. Almost a second ahead there of Connor Rogers. Calvin Diaz down in 3rd. Kokomo in 4th. See Masters down in 6th. Well, they're all pushing pretty hard. But the focus there on the leaders. Dominic Diaz now in his 9th lap, his penultimate lap. And he's got a bit of a healthy lead there over Connor Rogers now. He's definitely now starting to put the foot down and trying to get away. Rogers trying everything to stay in touch. Around they go. That long left-hander once again. Into the right side. And move around. It's the 46 kart there of Dominic Diaz. Into the right-hander. Final lap. So he's on his final lap. And Dominic Diaz, I think, has done enough. He was only going to keep it on the black stuff as he rolls his way around. Connor Rogers almost a second or more behind him. And Calvin Diaz a further second behind as they work their way towards the checkered flag. Dominic Diaz riding a sterling race here. Forced his way up into the front and has decided, well, that's it. I'm holding on for the second heat. And he's on his way now towards the flag. The flag beckons there for Dominic Diaz there. Up over the line he goes. Checkered flag. Checkered flag waves. Dominic Diaz, Connor Rogers, Calvin Diaz. And Kokomo sits there in P4. All happening out there. Masters down in 6. And the rest of the field are going to work their way through. Well, like I said, it's a beautiful afternoon here in Vereeniging. It's nice and warm. Probably about 28 degrees. This beautiful flat circuit. It's really a marvelous circuit. My first outing here, believe it or not. So thank you, Vereeniging, for having me in your lovely valley. It's nice to be here. And I'm sure we're still up for a lot of exciting racing as the day goes on. So we'll wait for the next race as the cars. There you go. Dominic Diaz. He leads out in P1. Connor Rogers in 2nd. They're followed by Calvin Diaz Craig Kukumu, David Hollis, Wayne Masters in 7th, Michael Bissett, Paulo Diaz in 8th, and Miguel Diaz down in 9th. We see that Paulo and Miguel were DNFs because they had a couple of issues. So there we go. Wait for our next race, which will be our OKJs. Right, next up the OKJs. You see them lining up. And I reckon we're going to be in for a fantastic heat here. In the OKJs there, Casey Enza Smith, Nicholas Roos, Devian Naidu, Jaden Goosen, Tyler Robinson, Taya van der Laan, Ethan Steer, and Lawan Lepule. The man to watch there, Nicholas Roos and Casey Enza Smith. They are the pole sitters. They are also the championship leaders. And we'll have to see how that one all pans out. Devian Naidu, well, he's there to upset the apple cart. He did well in Durban at Idubi. He was on fine form there. So let's see how this one pans out. Jaden Goosen, Tyler Robinson, Taya van der Laan also in there. Cape Town and Ethan Steer. Can he chuck in a wild card and get up there? Lawan Lepule also very capable of going out there. There's your front row. Nicholas Roos, Casey Enza Smith, followed by Devian Naidu and Tyler Robinson. Ethan Steer sits in the third row together with Jaden Goosen. And Taya van der Laan and Lawan Lepule on the fourth row of the grid. So they work their way around in their warm-up lap before they will form up and get that race underway. Already someone clipping the curb, chucking up a little bit of dust. A little bit dry up here in sunny Gauteng. The rain season's only about to start in the near future, and then everything turns nice and green. Down in Cape Town, where I come from, well, cold and wet and very, very green. So if you don't know what to do in the holidays, please come down and visit us. I'm sure we'll be welcome to have you. Well, thank you to Southern Cross Wealth, David Walker, and For the Win Racing, Gary Lennon, for bringing me up here and also sponsoring the series. So we'll shake hands with them later to thank them for all their wonderful efforts for this year. Now in the fourth round of the Rok Cup SA. Right, so the drivers forming up. Casey Enza Smith, Nicholas Roos there with the number one donning on the front there of his front cone. They roll around side by side. They split the tram lines. They're going to watch the lights. Lights go off and away they go. Down they go towards the first right-hander. Roos already jumps on the gas. Works his way through. Or is it not? No, it's not. It is not Roos. It looks like he had a bit of a bad start there as they work their way down into the first right-hander. Roos sits down in third. Is it Enza Smith that leads out? We'll pick up shooting on the camera. It's a 15-lap race. There's a lot of hard work out there as the carts blister their way through. Blindingly quick. Hanging to that long left-hander once again. Wait for them to cross the line. You see the carts are all nose to tail and pushing hard. Everyone's in it to win it, that's for sure. We see that helmet there of Roos sitting down in P3 on the number one cart. He works his way through. He's pushing hard. In front of him is the 53 cart of Jaden Goosen, who lies in second place. Casey Enza Smith leading out. Tyler Robinson sits in fourth. Devian Naidu down in 5. Taya van der Laan. And, well, Ethan Steer says the down in 8th. They work their way around. There we see the helmet of Ethan Steer as he works his way through. Right, so still Casey Enzer-Smith leading out. Jaden Goosen. And then Nicholas Rus, Tyler Robinson, Divyan Naidu. Lawandle Poole is up. Tyre van der Laan is one down. Pushing hard. Everyone is pressing extremely hard there. Nicholas Rus would like to be on the front, but Casey Enzer-Smith's got other ideas. Takes that left-hander 9 to the right-hander. He's going to go and cross the line. As they cross the line, their heads are down. They are eager to make this work. Into that left and right-hander sweep combination as they work their way through. And pressing hard. 27 there of Tyler Robinson. Sitting down there in P4. Robinson and Divyan Naidu. Well, I expect Divyan to be a little bit higher up, but take nothing away from Divyan. Press hard as he can. So still out front, Casey Enzer-Smith. And Casey has got the armory to take this second heat. He'll press as hard as he can. Jaden Goosen also absolutely no slouch in the seat there. But Nicholas Rus would like to work his way through. Rus, he's the man with the good money on him. We're talking about the spread bets now at the moment. But into the right-hander now. Casey Enzer-Smith up over the start-finish line. Goosen's under pressure. Rus is creeping closer. Rus creeping closer. Tyler Robinson down in 4, about half a second back. Rus fighting with that steering wheel. Trying to just maximize his efforts down into that right-hander there. The wall with the rubber-proof sign on as they roll around on the right-hand side. Back in, hook into a left again. The strains on the body, you can feel it. Rus trying to creep a bit close towards the back end of Goosen. Rus is there. Rus making that cart lean as he goes over. Goosen, well, Goosen's got other ideas. He just wants to go and read in Casey Enzer-Smith, but he's a second down. He's got a lot of work to do. 3 laps into this race, into the 4th lap at the moment. Jaden Goosen not too perturbed about the presence of Nicholas Rus. Tyler Robinson a little way back there on Nicholas Rus. Then it's Divyan Naidu, Lawandle Poole, Tyre van der Laan and Ethan Steer. As they roll around. It's nice and close, sometimes too close for comfort, but out front still Casey Enzer-Smith. He reckons he wants to wrap this one up right here now. But still a good 10 bit laps to go. Keeping an eye there now. I tell you what, Jaden Goosen's under immense pressure. Nicholas Rus is pressing on. Rus looks up on the inside. Will he look for a switchback? Oh, have a look at that. Jaden Goosen going defensive, shutting that door firmly closed. As they roll around into the right left-hand sweep. Goosen keeps it all defensive, but still foot on the loud pedal. Getting ahead. What is Nicholas going to do? Try and sell a dummy there to Jaden Goosen. Up behind him now, Tyler Robinson, Divyan Naidu also having a fat fight out there. With the focus there on Nicholas Rus, the current number 1 holder, the current champion. But a lot of work. Opened the draw and there was a fat file full of pages saying, well, Nicholas, you've got to work this one out. And that's exactly what Nicholas is doing. Sits up behind Jaden. Tyler Robinson's got Divyan Naidu. Naidu's got other ideas too. So it's all happening. Keep an eye there now on Tyler Robinson. Going pretty defensive, keeping Divyan at bay. Divyan would have other ideas there. Lawandle Poole watches the two of them have a scuffle ahead of him. But it's brilliant stuff here from Tyler Robinson. Can Divyan get through high-speed stuff? Look at the high-speed hag in that left and right-hander. Through they go. Divyan pushing as hard as he can. Nicholas Rus has got absolutely no retort for Jaden Goosen, who lies in second place. About 1.5 seconds behind Casey Enzer-Smith, who's starting to streak out in front. He's going to up-duck and disappear if they let him do it, and I'm sure that's what he would like. So Divyan Naidu is still pressing hard there in the frame. Up behind Tyler Robinson. Robinson's head hangs as those G's pull. I can only imagine the strains on the neck of that driver. Nonetheless. And lean into the corner. It's the best, almost like a motorcyclist. You want that head to lean into the corner that you don't take the strains. But you can see that neck hangs towards the outside of the corner. So you can imagine the G force that's pulling on that helmet. And still the weight of the helmet too. So it's important that these athletes practice to keep their neck muscles as strong as they can. Nicholas Rus is still up there behind Jaden Goosen. Goosen not phased by it all. Trying to close down on Casey Enzer-Smith, who's now streaking out almost 2 seconds ahead of Jaden Goosen. 1.78 seconds to be exact. And hard on the brakes there is Goosen. Roos pressing. Roos is up on the back end there, looking for a way through, but they're on even kill. They're not able to do much there. Roos tries to sell a dummy and try and pull the car out. Looks up on the inside. Oh, Nicholas Roos squeezes up on the inside before the start-finish line. Gets ahead of Goosen. Goosen also loses out, and Tyler Robinson moves up into P3. Well, one foul maneuver, and everyone takes a little bit of heed there. So Tyler Robinson's up there, and Goosen gone from second to fourth in one foul swoop, and Divya Naidu decides to slip up. Divya says, well, if everyone else can have easy picking, so can I. So Divya Naidu moves up into P3. Great stuff there. And Jaden Goosen has just let it all down the drain at this moment in time, but we've still got good 6 and a bit laps to go. Anything can happen still, but I think that neck is taking a bit of strain there on Jaden Goosen as he's down in 5. Casey Enzer-Smith still leading out there now. Nicholas Roos up into second, but Nicholas Roos 3 seconds behind Casey Enzer-Smith. I reckon the race will be on now for third place, where Divya Naidu lies at the moment. Nicholas Roos about a second ahead of Divyan. Can he hold on to second place as he plays there with the radiator flap to get more air over it? Working his way through there now, Jaden Goosen on Tyler Robinson. So it's all happening out there. Jaden Goosen up into P4. Can Goosen come back, trying to chase down Divya Naidu, man from the East Coast? Divya Naidu lies in third place, about a second behind Nicholas Roos. Roos up front there, taking the right-hander. And having a look, there's the 68. That's your man, Casey Enzer-Smith, leading out front. Casey has got a phenomenal lead there over second place man, Nicholas Roos. I'm sure Nicholas has got his foot firmly planted in the right-hand side of that floorboard as he chases on. 3.5 seconds is a tall order. We've still got 5 laps to go. Who's going to do what? Still, Casey Enzer-Smith leads out. Nicholas Roos sitting up there in P2. Divya Naidu, P3. Jaden Goosen down in 4. Tyler Robinson, 5. Lwandle Pule, 6. Tyre van der Laan, 7. And Ethan Steer, the man from the Cape, bringing up the rear there. I'm sure he's also trying his utmost. But coming from the coast, I'm sure the Highveld setup does change a little bit. And therefore, maybe not having the kind of drive that they require. Enzer-Smith over the line. Followed there by Roos, then Divya Naidu, Jaden Goosen, Tyler Robinson, then Lwandle Pule, then Ethan Steer. Steer pretty close to the back of Tyre van der Laan. Might want to pull. He's got a good armament. He knows how to drive, so we don't take anything away from him. But out front, Casey Enzer still leading out. Divya Naidu in picture there with Jaden Goosen sitting up behind him, about half a second behind him. Hanging that long left-hander once again. It's a double left-hander. All that strain on the right-hand side of the body as they lean into that seat. Nicholas Roos now about 1.5 seconds ahead of Divyan. So he's getting away from Divya Naidu, but not impacting too much on the lead of Casey Enzer-Smith. The picture there on Nicholas Roos. Crosses the line. He's got 3 laps to go. There's your leader, Casey Enzer-Smith. An absolutely faultless display from this young lad. Once again checking that the airflow over the radiator is good. As we have a look here, Divya Naidu ahead of Jaden Goosen on form. Works their way around the right-hander. Then they go into that long left-hand sweep. Divyan goes tight. Sort of defensive line as he hits the apex. Keeping an eye there on the 27 of Tyler Robinson, trying to close down on the back of Jaden Goosen. Lovely, lovely stuff here from all these youngsters as they pedal their way through. Well, figure of speech pedaling. Nonetheless, they've got their foot flat down on the floorboard, and Divya Naidu trying to get away from Jaden Goosen. Divya looking a little bit stronger. Up in front of him is Nicholas Roos. He's got 2 laps to go. Can he reel him in? Is the question. Divya is absolutely murdering that car. You can see it sliding around, and Goosen says, well, anything you can do, I can do better. So he holds up. Divya head down there, trying to get under the oncoming breeze. As he pedals hard. Nicholas Roos, well, he doesn't want to know anything about it. He's got second. He'll take the points because reeling in Casey Enzer-Smith will be something phenomenal. As long as Casey keeps it on the black stuff and nothing goes awry. No commentators curse intended whatsoever. But still Casey Enzer-Smith leading out. There's Divya Naidu behind Nicholas Roos. Then behind up here Jaden Goosen and Tyler Robinson. Russ comes up at the start-finish line. He's going to start his final lap. Up over they go. Final lap. Casey Enzer-Smith almost 4 seconds down the road. There's your man, Casey Enzer-Smith, in screen at the moment. And brilliant display from this young lad as he rolls around in the Cosmic. Makes his way now, hangs into that left-hander once again for the final time in heat number 2. Casey Enzer-Smith now pushing hard. It's a long left-hander. Then he will just pitch it right and brings it around down into that next right-hander. Lovely loops in the circuit. You get sort of double apex feelings. Russ still there in second, but here we go. Checkered flag time. Gain 2, Casey Enzer-Smith. Enzer-Smith takes heat number 2. Checkered flag. He'll be followed there by Nicholas Russ, who crosses in second. Then it's Divyan Naidu, Jaden Guse, Tyler Robinson. We wait for the rest of the field to come through. Lawandle Pule comes through, and then Ty van der Laan and Ethan Steer. Brilliant stuff there from the OKJs. Right, thank you to our sponsors, Vortex Engine, Southern Cross Wealth, Levento Card Tires, For the Win Motorsports, OTK Kart Parts, and Rok Cup SA. Next up, the Kid Rock. And we've got 13 competitors out there. This should be quite a phenomenal race. Let's see how this one leads out. They get some heat in these tires. They'll also work their way around before they form up. They're down on the far side of the circuit, work their way through all the left-right hand combinations before they will come to the tram lines. Just before the tram lines, they'll form up and they get their rolling start. See a couple of the Schumacher karts in there, Lonzo karts in there. Nice to have all the different brands being represented here today at Vereeniging. Well, we're going out live here to you folk on YouTube. And we'd like to thank everybody for joining us. Yellow flags waving. Slow it down, lads. Slow it down. Take it easy as they work their way through. Right now they're starting to bunch up. One of the Squadra course carts there on the front. Yellows, they're saying slow down, number 1. That's the 69 there of Rafa de Silva. As they get through, lights off and away they go. They get cracking, and it looks like it's that Squadra course cart that moves towards the front. Round it comes. And it's brilliant stuff there. Everyone jostling for position. Oh, someone goes off big time. Manages to bring it back. That's the 63 cart of Declan Jurgens went off, but managed to rescue it and bring it back. Still having a bit of problems there. It looks like with the right hand steering. Looks like he wants to put his hand up. I think there's a bit of a steering issue. Not being able to turn right, and the cart fading away from him. Will he be able to rectify that while he's in the cart, or will he have to bring it in? We'll have to wait and see now. Right, so they roll their way around. All line astern stuff there. Declan Jurgens, a bit unfortunate. And out front, still the 31 cart there of Jack Moore leads out. Jack Moore up behind him, the 29 of Maddox Mason. Jack Moore leading out. Moore, Mason. Then it's Ivan Venter up behind him. It's going to be Rafael de Silva. Then Troy van der Laan sits up behind him. After that, it's Oliver Neal. And then it's going to be Aaron Mason up behind him. Then it's going to be Logan Billau. But there's lots happening. Right, let's have a look at the front still. Jack Moore leading out. Moore leads out. There's a couple of scuffles up behind him. And Evan Fenter's got some other ideas. But, whoa, thank you very much. And having a look at that, Rafael de Silva moves up into second place. And, Mason, Evan Fenter's now, Mason's up to third. And Fenter down to fourth. Keep an eye on that Fenter in the 72 cards. The two Schumacher cards riding shotgun there. Up behind him, Troy van der Laan. I tell you something, this is going to be a real humdinger here. And still Jack Moore leading out. But Rafael de Silva sits there right with him. De Silva gives him a nudge and says, I'm here, buddy. Take notes. Down into the right hander. Looks up on the inside. Does De Silva. And he squeezes through. Moves up into second place. First place. Apologies. So Silva up into first place. Moore relegated to second. De Silva had a bit of a bad start. Managed to work his way back up towards the front. What will Moore do? Can Moore come back at him? So Rafael de Silva leads out. Jack Moore sits there in the second place. Moore looking to find a way through. He will draft him down into each respective corner to try and work a way out. Maybe draw him out that he can find a way through. The 29 cart of Maddox Mason still there in P3. Maddox Mason is there. He's been hounded by Evan Fenter. Oh, everybody jostling for position. So Rafael de Silva, Jack Moore, Maddox Mason, Evan Fenter, Troy van der Laan, Oliver Neal. And up behind him there, it's going to be the cart of Mason. Having a look down there. Pushing hard. Oh, brilliant stuff. It looks like Evan Fenter's gone up one position. So Fenter's moved up one. Fenter doing well to get past Mason. Still De Silva and Moore having a fat scuffle in the front end of the field. But De Silva managing to lead out. So it's De Silva and Moore. Moore sits right up there behind him. Can he draft him and try and work up on the inside? None of the late breakers here as they work their way through, all pretty much line astern. De Silva, Moore, Fenter, Mason, Van der Laan, Neal, Mason, Bilal. That's your top 8. So they're all pushing as hard as they can. Nolter sits there in 9, Boshoff 10th. So on they come. Still Rafael de Silva and Evan Fenter. Fenter's got Mason all over the back of him, screaming for a way past there. He goes slightly defensive. Keep an eye there on the 26 of Neal. He's under immense pressure there from Aaron Mason. Mason trying to pull a switch back on him. Is it going to work? He looks up on the inside. Oh! They nearly collide. But respective gentlemen giving each other the space to operate in. But have a look at this. Jack Moore back to the lead. Ahead there of De Silva. Fenter's in the mix. So too is Maddox Mason. That's your front 4. 5, Troy van der Laan. Anybody's race now. Only 4 laps of 9 down. About to be 5 as they cross the start-finish line. And going defensive is Jack Moore. Moore holds off the attentions there of Rafael de Silva. Look at this. You can literally throw a blanket over these 4 cars. They're so close. And Mason moves through on Evan Fenter. Fenter was looking to do a bit of a switchback, but left the door open for Mason. So he slides back up into 3rd place. Not a wise maneuver, but he comes back. Fenter comes back and hugs the inside. Mason's got the run of the curb. And he comes back in 3rd, holds his line. So anybody's fight here. I tell you what, it's all out. And everyone having a right royal scrap here into that long left-hander. And is anyone going to get through? Still Jack Moore leading out. Rafael de Silva 2nd. Maddox Mason, Evan Fenter, Troy van der Laan. The 2 Schumacher carts there of Fenter and van der Laan pressing as hard as they can. Can they get through? Can anybody get through here? Well, we'll have to wait and see. Guy van Rensburg bringing up the rear. Not a great day for him, unfortunately. But still Jack Moore leading out. So dives into that right-hander, flicks it left then right, and he's got Rafael de Silva right there with him. Can he keep him out? Well, that's a big question because he's got other and someone up on the inside, but Moore once again goes defensive. And in saying that, Mason just slips right up behind De Silva and says, I'm also here to play. So it's almost a 5-6 way tussle already now for the front honours. There's 5 carts there. Oh, and someone goes off in a big way. Somebody goes off there. Hopefully being able to bring it back. I'm not sure. But still, Jack Moore leading out. Rafael De Silva. Moore leads out. De Silva, Mason, Venter, Van der Laan, O'Neill. And pushing hard as they can. They're in their 7th lap. 2 and a bit laps to go. Still Jack Moore leading out. Moore leads out. There's a car of the circuit. There'll be yellow flags waving. That's the, looks like the 88 of Caleb Moss. Yeah, it's Caleb Moss that went off. Not a happy camper, I'm sure, but it's still Jack Moore leading out. Rafael De Silva in 2nd. Maddox Mason 3rd. Going up on the inside, it's still Moore holding out, keeps De Silva at bay. He went up to the inside of the market, tried to sell him a bit of a dummy. But De Silva, he's got other ideas now. He sits right up behind Moore. They're pushing pretty hard now. They're in the penultimate lap. De Silva there up behind Moore. Can he do anything? 3rd place, Ivan Venter managed to get past Maddox Mason. So Venter's up to 3rd in the Schumacher. Sure, the Schumacher crowd are egging him hard as they can. That's the team. As they're on their penultimate lap. Can he get close? Rafael De Silva holds on to 2nd. Jack Moore, sterling stuff. Oh, De Silva looks up on the inside and he slides up to 1st place. De Silva slides up to 1st and he gets through on his final lap. What can Moore do? What can Venter do? De Silva now will go totally defensive to keep Moore behind him. You see Jack Moore fighting that steering wheel. And De Silva looks over his shoulder and tries to give him bay. Goes defensive up on the inside. Moore, they collide ever so slightly as they touch. Can anybody go now? De Silva totally defensive. Moore too. Venter looking for a way through. Into the left-hander. De Silva leads out. Can he hold on to this one? Moore looks up on the inside. Moore slides through, takes back 1st, and Venter's right there with De Silva. This is sterling stuff in the closing stages of this race as they roll around down towards that next right-hander. De Silva goes wide, Moore goes defensive. It was a good maneuver there from Jack Moore. Moore, Rafael De Silva, even Venter. They bring it around. Mason a little way back there behind Aaron Mason, but it's coming towards the checkered flag. It's checkered flag time. The checkered flag is out. Jack Moore, Rafael De Silva, even Venter, Aaron Mason, Maddox Mason, Logan Bilal, Max Bossoff up behind him. It's going to be the rest of the field. And brilliant stuff there from the Kid Rocks. What a brilliant race. And next up we'll have the KZ2 seniors. Well, if you weren't excited, man, you set a high standard, because I was. Jack Moore taking it out, followed by Rafael De Silva, Ivan Venter, Aaron Mason, Maddox Mason, Logan Bilal, Max Bossoff, Johan Nolte, Declan Jurgens, Oliver Neal, Kai van Rensburg and Troy van der Laan. Right, folks, next up the KZ2. I would say this is probably the who's who of drivers in the country. This is where it's all at. Likes of Dino Sturman, Keegan Masters, of GTC fame, Josh Koetser, enough said there, Roman De Beer, the lady of Fabian Lance, daughter of Peter Lance, Carla Willifried, Scott Falconer, Jason Gutierrez down from Cape Town, Dylan Thompson, and Michael Pringle. Tell you what, they're all seasoned karters and drivers for that. And trust me, folks, they've all got some sort of championship or other behind their name. So the CV speaks for itself. This is going to be a right Royal Rumble. It's the second heat of the day, and they're all fighting there for Lion Honours. Championship points are at stake, and they'll be wanting to do it. So Josh Koetser leading out, Keegan Masters second, Fabian Lance third, Roman De Beer fourth is the way the championship lies at the moment. But anything can happen, I can assure you. it's too close for comfort at the moment. To our sponsors, we once again say thank you. To the folks that are watching, thanks for joining us. Just a little bit of a break there for a recovery of a kart quickly.
That's all right. Yeah. From the age of 17.
Right, once again, thanks to our sponsors, Vortex Engines, Southern Cross Wealth, Levento Car Tires, For the Win Motorsports, OTK Kart Parts, for the Rok Cup South Africa. Next up, the KZ2s. Welcome back to the viewers as the heat number 2 of the KZ2s. On the front row is going to be Josh Kootser and Keegan Masters. There we go. There's your front row. Second row, Dino Sturman from Cape Town and Roman De Beer, Fabian Lance, Jason Gutsia, the other Cape Townian, Michael Pringle, Dylan Thompson and Carlo Willifield. These are shifter karts. They've got gears in, 6 gears. So it's like driving a normal car. The only problem is it doesn't have a normal pedal clutch. It's got a rolling clutch, so that's makes it a little bit easier. Very much like your shift, your GTIs, etc., that you're used to now with the pedal shifts. It works much on the same concept. So we expect a good race here. Keep an eye there on Keegan Masters and Josh Kootser. Fabian Lance, the lady, the cat amongst the pigeons, as they say. And I reckon we're going to be in here for a blind. It's a static start. They start off the line because they have gears. There's the number 18 card of Keegan Masters from GTC fame. Up alongside him, it's going to be Josh Kootser. And trust me, absolutely no slouch. 111 there, Roman De Beer. 47, Dino Sturman. Dino, we've been watching all around the country. He's also pretty quick. He can pedal a kart, as they say. Keep an eye on them. Right there, line up. They're on the grid proper. They're about to get racing. Flags drop. Green flags are up. And away they go. And it looks like Kootser got a good start. Was it? No, Masters. Masters dives into the whole shot. Keegan Masters there with the baby, and Sturman's there as well. They all push their way through and make their way down to that second right-hander. Up on the it looks like Sturman trying to fend off a multiple attacks there from both sides. As I said, these are all very qualified karters at the moment, and having a look there, Keegan Masters trying to pull away. Masters there, and Kootser trying to hang on. Sturman under immense attack. There's Dino Sturman in picture now. Still lies there in P3. Now they're starting to sort themselves out. Line astern, a little bit of jostling at the back end of the field. Kutzer has Sturman with him. Sturman already creeping a bit closer. He sits right up on the back there of Josh Kutzer, does Dino Sturman. They don't want Keegan to get away. Keegan Masters who leads up. Then it's Fabian Lance up into P4. Roman De Beer. Michael Pringle in 6. Scott Falcon in 6. Delon Thompson 8. Carlo Willifeer. And then Jason Gutsia bringing up the rear. Not where he wants to be, but let's see if he can try a little bit better as the day progresses. So they're all into that long left, and you can see those karts absolutely stepping out because they're on the gas 110%, trying to maximize their efforts on those karts. Still Keegan Masters leading out. He's got about half a second there ahead of Josh Kutzer. There's the 111 of Roman De Beer. Now Roman also no slouch. He sits up behind Fabian Lance in the 98. There's the 61 kart. That's Josh Kutzer. He's in second place. He's got Dino Sturman crowding him from the rear. Sturman looks like he wants to go up on the inside, but Kutzer says, no, that's fine. Oh, someone's off. Somebody's off. And that looks like the 26 kart, 96 can't quite make the number out. I think that's Delon Thompson. Yeah, Delon Thompson is off the field. So a bit unfortunate there. Delon Thompson, also a very well-equipped driver. Obviously something going awry there. And Sturman made a move. Sturman's made a move. He moves up to second. Up on the inside of Josh Kutzer. I told you, keep an eye on Dino Sturman, a very well-equipped driver. And especially in the shifters, he knows his way around a circuit. Doesn't matter whether it's Vereeniging, Cape Town or Durban. He's well-equipped. Kutzer's not going to hang back. Keep an eye there on Fabian Lance. She sits there right up behind Josh Kutzer. Fabian looks up towards the inside. No, there's no space to make an attack. But the lady is an absolutely blindingly quick driver. Out of the stable there of Peter Lance. And trust me, she knows how to drive that kart. She had a win up in Durban, if I remember correctly. So she's very well equipped to do so. Keep an eye there. Yeah, and she's won the first race here today as well. So Fabian, well, obviously a lot of strategy in that little bucket there, and she'll be taking out her cards as the race progresses. Right, 4 laps down the hatch, 11 to go. Still Keegan Masters leading out. Dino Sturman almost a second behind him. Josh Kutzer under threat there from Fabian Lance. Up behind her, Roman De Beer. Michael Pringle a little way back there, followed by Jason Gutsia, Carlo Willifeer and Scott Falconer. Delon Thompson out of the field as they roll around into the left-hander. Keeping an eye there at Dino Sturman, who's trying to close down on Keegan Masters. Keegan Masters, the man from the Bay down south, and he's very, very well equipped. Excellent driver. All the skills that are required. And Dino trying to close down. Dino gets away there from well, Dino Sturman says he's gone up to first. I don't see where Keegan Masters has gone anywhere. No, Keegan Masters still leads out. That's incorrect. Dino still in second. Josh Kutzer down in third with Fabian Lance not too far away now. Josh Kutzer trying to get away. Strong, strapping lad as he muscles that kart around the circuit. There's your leader, Keegan Masters, but Dino Sturman is very quick. Dino's right there. Keegan knows he's got his hands full because Dino's not going to let go. Be like a dog with a bone. He'll want to finish this one off. There's still a lot of laps in the bag, so it's going to be a fight down to the wire. Sturman getting a little bit closer. And Keegan Masters got his hand full. Josh Kutzer third. Fabian Lance up behind her. Roman De Beer. Fabian there with that distinctive yellow and purple color outfit with the blue on the kart. As she chases hard up behind Kutzer. Roman De Beer's in there as well. It's a little bit further back. Michael Pringle trying to press on. There's your 111. That's your lead. That man Roman De Beer. Sitting down in 5, right up behind him is Michael Pringle trying to close down behind Pringle. It's Jason Gutsia, Scott Falconer, and then Carlo Willifeer. As we look at Josh Kutzer in frame. Kutzer chasing down the back of Dino Sturman. Sturman trying to close down on the back of Keegan Masters. Well. Fabian Lance fighting with that steering wheel, trying to keep things in the position that she would like it in. And you see them swerving around the roadway, trying to choose the best line. Still Keegan Masters leading out. We've got 8 laps to go. Masters in the Squadra Course Kart leads out. There's the triple one of Roman de Beer, also in a Squadra Course Kart, the Volkswagen team, and they are pressing as hard as they can. The 61 there of Josh Kutzer. Kutzer pressing away there. He doesn't want Fabian to be bothering him, and he'd like to close down on the back of Dino Sturman. Sturman about half a second there off Keegan Masters, your leader. But this tussle here between Josh Kutzer and Fabian Lance is emanating into something special. And one wonders if Fabian will pull the pin at some stage. She's close enough to mount a challenge. But in the meantime, Roman de Beer is creeping a bit closer as well. And Sturman and Masters have got a little bit of comfort, but nothing too much to write home about as they come up with the start-finish line. 7 laps, they're in their 9th lap at the moment. Fabian having a look here at Roman de Beer. Okay, Josh Kutzer, my apologies. Josh Kutzer hanging on to third place there with Fabian Lance. There goes Dino Sturman and Keegan Masters. Masters still sitting there, holding out. And Dino Sturman pretty close. They've still got their half distance, so there's still a lot of time to try and work out a maneuver and strategize your way past the driver in front of you. But saying that, the man in front, Keegan Masters, has to put on a faultless display to take this second heat. You see them working the gear shifts as they come down into the corners. And Josh Kutzer, gets a little bit wayward there. And Fabian Lance creeps closer. She doesn't hang back. So she gets a little bit closer. And Kutzer, well, his heart was in his throat at that moment in time. But managed to regain his composure and keep it all together. Rolling around. Fabian Lance up behind Kutzer. She's right there now. Will she try and pounce and take advantage of that little mishap? Because she's close enough to make a move. Josh Kutzer going ever so slightly defensive, but at the same time trying to attack the circuit so he can get away from Fabian. But Fabian is right there with him. She took the first heat. What's she going to do? She'd like to get onto the podium for this one because the points are there for the taking. Keegan Masters now pulling slightly away from Dino Sturman, almost a second gap. So it's all happening out there as the camera sits there on Fabian Lance and Josh Kutzer up the road there. Dino Sturman and Keegan Masters. Kutzer, those tires are absolutely red hot as they grip the tar. The rubber just melting off them. Those marbles on the outside. You don't want to go and drive on the outside. They hit those marbles, you'll just run straight off the circuit. Very much like Formula 1, which we'll be watching tomorrow at Monza. But saying that, we've got our own Monza right here in Vereeniging today at the 4th round of the Rok Cup SA. And sitting down in third place, Josh Kutzer, Fabian Lance, having a right royal tussle. Now we've got 4 laps to go. There's Dino Sturman. Sturman sitting up behind Keegan Masters. He'd like to get a bit closer. He can actually reach out and touch Keegan. You can see him so far. But it's hard work. He's going to have to put in a lot of effort and hard minutes here to see if he can close down on the back of Keegan. Keegan Masters, well, his CV speaks for himself. He leads out at the moment, the man from the Bay. And in the VW Tila Squadra Course team, keep an eye there if he can hold on to it. Can Dino get a bit closer? A little bit of a millisecond down now as he chases down. And they're pulling away now. Fabian Lance has gone ahead of Josh Kutzer, but Kutzer comes back. And so does Roman de Beer. Gets past Fabian Lance. So things are happening mid-pack there for 3rd, 4th and 5th. So Josh Kutzer are up there now into 3rd place once again. And it's given Dino Sturman a 3-second buffer. Fabian Lance cannot be too happy with that. She sits up behind Roman de Beer now. And did she put too much effort in the first heat or not? Well, we'll have to see there. Josh Kutzer now currently up in 3rd place, about 3 seconds behind Dino Sturman. Kutzer pressing as hard as he can, trying to pull away from Roman de Beer. Fabian Lance also not too close to mount a challenge there against Roman de Beer. I'm sure she won't be too happy with that little outcome. Nonetheless, pressing hard. There's the 111 kart there of Roman de Beer. Roman works his way around. Penultimate lap that they're on now as they work their way through. Roman de Beer trying hard. Fabian Lance sitting there. And, well, in the meantime, Josh Kutzer gets a little bit of breathing space ahead there of Roman de Beer. Up ahead of them is Dino Sturman and Keegan Masters. Masters still maintaining that 0.7 second lead there over Dino Sturman. As the 34 card of Scott Falconer crosses the line, but back out front there, keeping an eye there on the 111 of Roman De Beer. De Beer behind Josh Koetser. He's the meat in the sandwich here between Fabian Lance and Josh Koetser is Roman De Beer. He'd like it to be otherwise. I'm sure he'd like to be a little bit higher up the rankings, but nonetheless, there goes your leader now. Keegan Masters on his final lap with Dino Sturman in tow. Masters going to do enough. Can Sturman try and close down a little bit of a gap? It's going to be a tall order as Keegan Masters has got about a 0.7 of a second lead. Masters into the left-hander. So too is Sturman. It's a long sweeping left-hander. They work their way around. Masters seems to have done enough. He's led from start to finish. Masters leading out Dino Sturman right up there with him. Almost 3 seconds ahead of Josh Koetser. There we go. Comes Masters. He's going to hang a right hand. The checkered flag's going to beckon for him now as he goes up over the line. Checkered flag. Keegan Masters followed by Dino Sturman. Then it's going to be Josh Koetser, Roman De Beer, Fabian Lance, Jason Gutsia, then Michael Pringle, and then we're followed there by Scott Falconer. Well, a great drive there from your winner, Keegan Masters, over the Capetonian Dino Sturman. Josh Koetser there in third place, followed by Roman De Beer. The lady Fabian Lance comes in at 5. Jason Gutsia, another Capetonian, in 6. Michael Pringle, 7. Scott Falconer, 8. Carlo Willifee, 9th. And Delon Thompson, unfortunately, did not finish. Right, so to the viewers, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we're going to be taking a short break, approximately about 50 minutes for a luncheon interval. We all need to get a bit of sustenance, and we beg you to come back and join us once again after the luncheon interval, and that'll be at approximately 10 to 2.
Just said that you please call a little bit earlier because it's a little bit too late for us today.
Right, folks, we'd just like to welcome the viewers back to Vereeniging Kart Circuit. And having a look on your screen, here is a demonstration lap. Now, folks, this is a special drive. This is a young 6-year-old gentleman by the name of Isa Kaji. He's autistic, and with a multitude of problems that goes together with autism, we know there's a big drive for autism around the world. And Isa Kaji decided to take up a bit of karting. This has started almost a year ago, and they've been pushing to get this young man in the kart. And believe it or not, the growth has been exponential in this young lad. So much so that he recognizes and talks to his parents and peers. And you see him going around in the kart. And believe it or not, this together with the South African government is endorsed by the FIA worldwide to get kids into motorsport, to process their motor skills. Have a look at that. Isa Kaji, only 6 years old, and been pushed around in the, pushing himself around in a Paralympic kart. And thanks to Sean from Paralympic for making out the effort to get Isa Kaji there. You see his name on the back of the suit, totally donned out. I'm sure it won't be long, and Isa will be in the Bambino class, racing out, having a look around, working his way around the circuit. Maybe not going at the pace that he should be going at, but I can assure you it won't be too long. When the bug bites, he'll be out and going. He's got his own number 5 there in the Paralympic, and it's also been endorsed by the South African government. The Minister of Sport is behind this as well for the growth of the kids. And hopefully with the Formula E next year, February in Cape Town, these kids will be down there and they will get exposed to what the future holds in terms of electric car racing. Isa Kaji working his way out. There's Shane from Paralympic. There you see Shane in picture on the left-hand side. Sean, I should say, sorry, Sean, saying to Isa, give it stick, boy. Give it good drive. Isa goes into that left-hander, taking a wide line there into that left-hander. But you know what? It's all a learning curve. It's great stuff. And he does a look at his mentor and says, don't worry, I'm going. Keep going. They say, keep going. And I'm sure there should be some form of reward as he comes down towards that next left-hander. So Isa pushing as hard as he can, puts his hand up, waves to his folks, says, that's it, I'm out here karting and you're not having fun. I am. What a pleasure. Look at him, waving to everybody, having a whale of a time. Absolute royalty up here at Vereeniging Kart Circuit is Isa Kaji. So I'm sure that the South African Autism Foundation will be very happy about this. The endorsement of karting. And who knows, Isa Kaji in 10, 12 years time could be a great race driver as he hangs his way into the left-hander, working his way around the circuit. No rush, buddy, you got an hour to do a lap. We don't mind, you're having fun, we're sitting here, we've got to do all the hard work. Brilliant stuff there. Isa Kaji driving around, and Shane from Paralympic saying keep going, you got your final double right-handers and you'll make your way to the start-finish line. There will be a whole array of drivers and a checkered flag to bring him home. So Isa's down towards the ballistic corner, takes a right-hander, works his way towards the Park for May, and then he'll take his way into a double right-hander to come over the start-finish line. This is brilliant stuff. This is what we want to see in sport. You know, sports of all kind. Get down to the roots level, get the kids. It doesn't matter whether they're autistic or whether they've got some other disability. Let them join. Why not? I'm sure we can work our way around it. I'm sure that the world sporting bodies will make an exception for someone who wants to compete. We've just had Paralympics. How many of our South Africans have not brought gold medals back? Right, so Isa Kaji down to the final right-hander, bringing home that Paralympic kart. Brilliant stuff to watch. Isa Kaji into the right-hander, the checkered flag beckons. Will he make it? Applause all around for the young lad. Isa Kaji bringing it home in the number 5 Paralympic kart. Brilliant stuff. There we go. One full demonstration lap. Take that, folks. Have a nice day. Isa says, you know what, I might just go for another drive. Why not? Let's have some fun. I'm getting the hang of this. Maybe I should put my foot in the pedal. Sean says, go for it, buddy. Why not? There we go. Have another lap. And everyone stands and misses out on lunch. That's the way to go. good dietary measures we have here at Vereeniging. We'll just give you a little bit of a show to show you that we can drive a Bambino kart, and you'll miss out on lunch, or eat on the run, as they say. Mike's side, Francois Butler, lovely to be invited here by For the Win Racing, Gary Lennon and Southern Cross Wealth, Dave Walker, together with Vortex Engines. And that's brilliant stuff to be at the fourth round of the South African Rok Cup final. And out there, Isa Kaji, a young lad who has autism to quite a serious extent, but nonetheless decided to get him in a kart. And, well, what have we got? We've got mental growth, we've got body growth, and it's also given him a bit of streetwise manners. As we said early on, this is endorsed by the FIA, the bosses of Formula One and all other motorsport around the world, together with the South African Minister of Sport. So you can see that things are being done around the country in terms of sport. And like I said earlier, if you've got somebody who has some form of disability and would like to get into sport, take them, let them do it, let them have fun. Make sure that they have all the opportunities that they require on their way going forward. You want your kid to grow up to the best that they can be. Well, Isakaji now, he reckons, well, you know what, Sean, this is for me. I'm going to have fun. Parallel thinking, well, we know we've got a driver to sponsor next year. Well, maybe you have, because Isa is having a whale of a time. And trust me, folks, in that suit under that lid, it's pretty warm. So not only is he over and going above and beyond his disabilities, he's also fighting the heat out there. It's 28 degrees. The sun is baking down on the circuit. He's sitting in a race suit together with a helmet, with gloves and boots on. I'm sitting here with a shirt and the long pants on, and I'm getting pretty warm for his part. So it just goes to show the sacrifice and the determination that this young lad is putting forward to be able to drive around in this kart. So he goes down to the far end of the circuit. He's got 1, 2, 3 right-handers to make before he finishes his lap. And everyone looks pretty excited about him out there. Going along slowly, but it takes a lot to get the hang of the kart, to put your foot down, to get going fast. I'm sure that bug will bite in the not-too-distant future, and we'll be hearing this name, Isa Kaji, once again in the near future. Remember that name, folks, Isa Kaji, in South African motorsport circles, especially here in the Rok Cup. We have him come around into the left-hander, then he'll take that last right hand up to the start-finish line, where I'm sure he'll finish his lap. The checkered flag beckons. Well, there we go. He gets a checkered flag. Nothing wrong with that. Brilliant stuff here from the young lad. As everybody gives him a round of applause. Here comes Isakaji up towards the start-finish line. Beg your pardon. And, well, he's had a whale of a time. I cannot think of a better way to spend your Saturday afternoon than in a kart. Brilliant stuff. Checkered flag. There we go. Shane waits there for him from Parallel. It doesn't get any better than that. Onto the break. Brilliant stuff. He says, you did it, lad. Absolutely sterling. Put the kart off. You get out. Well, it's almost like a championship, like a Sterling Moss going around. There we go, folks. Isn't that just lovely to see? Well, to all those involved, making it possible, we want to thank you. And we'll break off for lunch. We'll be back at about 1400 hours.
Getting a trophy, so maybe Mark can zoom in there. It's behind the tower. He's getting a trophy behind the tower, so maybe Mark can zoom in. I wanted to go away. Any idea how many more races there are?
Right, so coming out onto the circuit, and welcome back to all the viewers. The Mini Rok car is out onto the circuit now, warming up their tyres, getting ready to go racing. Expect a fine performance out there. The likes of Ethan Lennon, Christopher Tate, Sebastian Diaz, Caleb Winnendal, Leviwe Sambudla, VM Boshoff, Ashton Repsol, Valori Mabunda, Tiisu Mabunda, Jack Moore, Caleb Cottrell, Luke Hill, Marshall, William Marshall, Teo Mason, Berlin Robertson, Red Skolts, Manalisi Nkoma, and Sepang Shisinyana. This is going to be a crackerjack third and final heat for this crowd in the Mini Rok. We're about 15 minutes behind because we had the demonstration early on between the lunch and break, as the Mini Rok drivers now work their way around the last couple of corners before they will traverse the tram lines and go racing. A beautiful afternoon here in Vereeniging, on the south side of Gauteng. Double yellows waving, slow it down, says everybody, slow it down. They bring it around now, they're going to split the tram lines. There was the grid positions, and they get cracking up over the tram lines and make their way down towards the first corner. Left and right sweep side by side, it's nail-biting stuff. It's the 43 of Christopher Tate that leads out. Tate's in the lead, but for how long as he cracks away into the next corner? There comes side-by-side stuff. You've got to have nerves of steel out there. You saw the 65 of Josh Moore. Whoa! The 22 and 18 have gone off. And, well, that's Berlin Robinson out there, who had a coming together with Manalisi and Como. Don't know if they'll be back on the circuit, but that's the nature of the beast when you've got so many karts on circuit, as they lead out now, out through the right-handers, into the left-hander, working their way around the circuit. And they make their way through. Well, those two karts are trying to get back on circuit after the little coming together. And it's still Christopher Tate that's leading out, but there's a whole array of karters up there behind him. Tate leads out. The number 56 coming through there, that is Leviwe Sambudla is also in there. Oh, the 77 kart's not going anywhere. Going to pick up with that is, that's Red Skolts. So it's not happening. Oh, there we see now. Going off circuit, running a little, oh, very wide there, the 22 and the 18, and a little bit of tire climbing. He says, I'm sorry, but I didn't mean that. It's like, get off me, I want to go racing. So that is the 18 of Robinson and Nkomo. But we still have the leaders out there. So it's Ethan Lennon who leads out. Christopher Tate's up behind him, Viam Boshoff, all the protagonists there. And Tiisu Mabunda is also in there with him. So Ethan Lennon pressing hard, the man from Cape Town now, trying to keep off Christopher Tate. Tate's right there with him, up behind him, Viam Boshoff. And Repsolt's moved up into fourth. Repsolt moves into fourth, the end of Mabunda. Luke Hill down in sixth. Josh Moore seventh. Caleb Woodendal down in eighth. Sebastian Diaz. Oh, there's a little bit of a collision there, but they managed to keep their karts on the circuit. Rubbing is racing as they work their way around now into that right-hander. Everyone jostling for positions, trying to work their way through. Ethan Lennon still leading out half a second there over Viam Boshoff, who's moved up into second place. Christopher Tate down to third. Tiisu Mabunda back up to fourth ahead of Ashton Repsolt. This is great racing. This is what you pay the good money to see, as they work their way around through the right-hander. Down towards the Viper Creek wall there, take a right-hander and work their way through the twisty bits. There's a little bit of a maneuver there. Luke Hill up on the inside of Repsolt. Luke Hill moves up ahead of Ashton Repsolt. So Luke Hill's on a move. Brilliant tight stuff there. Ethan Lennon up front trying to get away. Viam Boshoff up behind him now. It looks like Tate and Mabunda have a bit of a scrap there going on. So everyone letting it hang out there as they fight their way through the field. Passes and losses are plenty here. As they make that final right-hander to cross the line. The 57 of Luke Hill in picture. Chasing the leaders there. Viam Boshoff trying to close down on the back of Ethan Lennon, who's leading out. And have a look at that. Mabunda up on the inside at Tate. And he says to Tate, use your mind, but I'm showing you, you know I can do this. Teisa Mabunda leading out there over Tate. Mabunda puts a bit sideways. Tate says, listen, you can carry on with your antics. I'll pick it up in tomorrow morning's newspaper. I'm here to win a race. Just get on with it. That's the way they read out here. Mabunda's got Tate right up behind him. Up in front of them there is Vian Boshoff and Ethan Lennon. And the 37 there of Boshoff getting muscled out the way. And who's going to get the upper hand? 3 carts abreast. It looks like Tate's got his way through there. The 43 of Tate moves up 2 positions. So now they're having a good old fight. Tate up to 2nd, Luke Hill 3rd, Mabunda 4th, Repsol down in 5. Vian Boshoff relegated to 6th from being 2nd. Cannot be excited about that. And Ethan Lennon still down the road. There's a slow cart there, might just come to pay influence. Oh, and Mabunda and Luke Hill have a coming together, and they are not happy. And they just sit there. Never mind, get your cart off and try and get it going. But that has now changed the whole setup there. Repsol's moved up to 4 behind Hill. So things are happening aplenty here. Well, you know, that's when the adrenaline pumps. There's the number 70 carts. That is Caleb Cottrell. Well, the Cottrell family won't be too happy about that one. And the carts are still out there racing. The 29 there of Mabunda gets taken off. There's yellow flags waving there. We're no overtaking in that vicinity. Keeping an eye there on the 28th of Ashton Repsol. Yellow flags waving, no overtaking in that corner. That is the rule. Right throughout the FIA, no overtaking under yellow. It's a caution. So you've got to maintain your position. You can get as close as you can, but you can't overtake. That's just the nature of the beast. So Ethan Lennon, 3.5 seconds ahead there of Tate. Vian Boshoff up to 3rd. Well, he was gifted that 3rd with a little antic that went on in front of him as they work their way around. So lots happening. Can they reel in Lennon? Well, almost 4 seconds ahead. It's a tall order there. But we have a look here at Vian Boshoff. Boshoff has got Repsol up behind him. Behind Repsol, Widdendal, then Mabunda, then Moore, then Marshall, then Diaz. They're all in there. This is nice, tight stuff. The 28 there of Ashton Repsol up on the inside. Keep an eye there on the 75 cart, trying to get out the way. Is he going to get out the way? No, we're all in there. I see the 22 cart back on the circuit. That's Nkomo, but he'll be 2 laps down, so he's got some places to make up. He's got a lot of pace, so he might just pedal along in the mix, but obviously affecting the race of those trying to work their way through. So the 75 cart is out there. That's Caleb Winnendal. Caleb pressing hard. He'd like to be up the front there. Still it's Tate there with Vian Boshoff up behind him. There's Christopher Day. There's Vian Boshoff. Ashton Repsol. Caleb Winnendal. Tate fighting hard. He doesn't want Vian Boshoff to come through. Boshoff is right there. He looks up on the inside. Close enough to mount a challenge is Boshoff. And Ashton Repsol pushing hard. Boshoff sits there. Thinks, well, I've still got 3 or so laps to go. I might pull the pin where it favours me. That's the way it works. Tate pushing as hard as he can. Boshoff sitting right up there behind him. And Tate has got Boshoff rubbing that back bumper, that nose cone and back bumper, having a lovely affair there on the circuit as the drivers push each other to perform better. And Vian Boshoff looking on the inside of Tate. Tate going defensive. Repsol sitting up behind them. Oh, there's a little bit of bobbing and weaving there to see if we can make a bit of space. No one falling for the sellout there as they work their way around up over the line. It's going to be lap number 10 in the bag. It's their penultimate lap. They race around. Tate has got Boshoff and Repsol with him and pressing very hard. Caleb Widdendal sits there with a whole array of carters up behind him there. That's the 23 of Mabunda Mallory sitting up behind Caleb Widdendal. Mallory trying to get through on Widdendal, and he muscles his way through. He forces Winnendal out the way, and Mallory Mabunda getting through there. So he's managed to go up a space, and Caleb's got a lot of work to do. So Mallory Mabunda getting through on Caleb Widdendal. Caleb Widdendal going to have to see if he can come back on that as he looks towards the inside of the circuit, trying to press through. Right up behind him, it's the 48 of Willie Marshall sitting up there behind him. Willie Marshall also no slouch there. And up behind William Marshall is Joshua Moore, another one of the Moore family. So Caleb Wernendal is definitely the meat in the sandwich here, that's for sure. He's going to have to try and press out of there, see if he can get past Mabunda. But Malori Mabunda's got other ideas. He'd like to have a couple of extra points in the pocket when he finishes off here today. What can they do? So having a look there now as they work their way through. There's the 28 of Repsol. Repsol right up behind Tate, and up behind in front of him is Boshoff. Can Repsol get through the Pink Panther? Well, that rings a tone of the Repsol back in the 80s. Was that a Pink Panther? A little conquest. So it was Dave Repsol. There's the number 50, that's Ethan Lennon. He's got an absolutely commanding lead there now. In his last lap, final lap, as he goes into the right-hander. He's got this one down pat as he rolls down into the right-hand corner. Let's hope everything is good the way it stands. Yes, Boshoff, yes, Tate. Boshoff up on the inside, and Repsol looks up on the inside of Tate, and Repsol gets him, but he goes too deep, and Tate comes straight back at him. So Repsol going just a bit too deep, losing just a fraction of concentration there. He doesn't afford him the opportunity, and he loses out on the switchback as Tate switches back at him. But Boshoff sitting in second place, Vian Boshoff, and Vian's holding on to second. Ethan Lennon making his way towards the line. Here comes Ethan Lennon now. The checkered flag is beckoning. It's going to be Ethan Lennon, the man from Cape Town, who makes his way up over the line. Here comes Vian Boshoff. Here comes Christopher Tate, and here comes Repsol as well. The rest of the field are going to follow up over the line. And it's going to be Caleb Wernendal, Malori Mabunda, Jack Moore, Willie Marshall, Sebastian Diaz. And the rest of the field bring their way over the line. What an exciting third and final heat from the Mini Rock crew. And excellent stuff. Line honours going to young Ethan Lennon, son of the one of the main sponsors, Gary Lennon. Well done, Ethan. Followed by Vian Boshoff, Christopher Tate, Ashton Repsol, Caleb Wernendal, Malori Mabunda, Joshua Moore, William Marshall, Sebastian Diaz, Red Skulls, Laviwe Sambudla, and Mateo Mason. Right, so next up, the Bambino class. As we saw in the previous season, quite a good scuffle out there. Well, the likes of Michael Danks, Brody Cooper, Rafael de Souza, Kate Kanofsky, those were your front runners. And Santiago Frades in there as well. So we'll have to see how this one pans out. They're out, and I think they're racing already. They come out the blocks. So leading out is the 47 of Arabella Krause, by the look of it. We'll pick it up as the leaders come through. try and get a front. No, that's Adalbert Krause in the middle of the pack. The 17 of Kate Konofsky working through the middle of the pack there. So they're making their way now through to the middle of the circuit. Red flag. There's a red flag waving for some reason. So the red flag has come out. That race will get stopped before they get under the way again. So red flag, something's wrong. Everyone's back out on the circuit. So we'll just sort of have a restart there. Right, so we see all the mechanics getting the carts ready now. They're going to roll around, take that final right-hander. Once they go over the tram lines, we'll get the race underway. It was a bit of a false start. See the 61 of Santiago Frade there together with Michael Danks on the front row. They split the tram lines. All looks good. Are we ready to rumble? Away they go. Well, they split the lines early. Hopefully they don't call a false start. They've let them go. They've let them go. So leading out, Santiago Frade, Michael Danks there in second. Up behind Michael Danks is the 47 of Arabella Krause. Lots of jostling there in between now as they make their way down towards that next right-hander. Danks having a look up on the inside. I'm sure Michael Danks like to take the lead and get away. Has he done so? I think so. Danks moves to the front. So Michael Danks goes to the front, and if you're going to let this lad go, he's going to be down the road. So now we're looking for the likes there of Brody Cooper, Rafael de Souza, Kate Konofsky, and all the rest to come and get up and join the party. But Michael Danks trying to get away. There's the 44 of Brody Cooper Darling sitting in the picture, and he's down the road there in the middle of the pack. He'd like to be a little bit higher up. He's going to have to do a bit of work. Up behind there, Santiago Frade sitting with Michael Danks. Now Frade, we know, can win this race. Frade gets on the gas. He looks up on the inside. Has Danks done enough to shut him out? He dives across his bow, manages to keep behind him. So it's Danks and Frade. Adalbert Krause, Kate Konofsky. And, going off there in a big way. Well. That's the 44 of Brody Darling Cooper. He cannot be happy with that one. And it looks like Danks might have gone with him. 65. That's Rafael de Souza. Well, they cannot be happy about that one. Oh, a major spin around and a collision. Poor unfortunate there for Brody Cooper Darling. He was not expecting that. And that 44 kart is now being retired. Well, that's a little bit of misfortune there. Kate Konofsky a little way down the pack there, trying to work his way to the front. I think Danks is holding on over Santiago Frade. Michael Danks trying to get away. There he's in picture now ahead of the Santiago Frade. Can he stay ahead? In third place, Arabella Krause and Kate Konofsky. Then they're ahead there of the next driver. That's Dylan Besaidnout. Dylan Besaidnout almost 5 seconds down on that crowd. But keep an eye on Arabella Krause and Kate Konofsky. Konofsky would like to work his way through. Well, Arabella Krause looking very attacking, but not close enough to Santiago Frade. But I have a look up on the inside, and Krause holds off there on Konofsky. Konofsky wants to come back. Krause once again on the inside. Konofsky nearly gets shut out in total. Well, the race is on for third place, that's for sure. As we keep an eye there on Adalbert Krause and Kate Konofsky. Krause in third, Konofsky fourth. Just ahead of them, Santiago Frade. Michael Danks, almost a second ahead there now, Frade. Well, Frade reel it in. That's on the third lap out of 8 that they're busy with at the moment. Danks trying to create a faultless display. And they work their way through. Well, here we go. Krause and Konofsky having a right Royal Rumble here. Kate Konofsky would like to get through on Ellery Krause. Krause goes defensive. Forces Konofsky a little bit wide. Roll the way down now over the start finish line towards the kink. It's a left hand and a right hand and another left hander. A lot of strain on the forearms, a lot of strain on the back as you work your way through. Still, it's the 22 there. That's Dylan Besaidnout. Dylan Besaidnout and Dile Pinto. And the rest of the crowd having a good right royal fight out there. Dylan Besaidnout trying to stay. That's a mid-pack battle there from 5, 6 and 7. So anything to happen. Diego Antunes sitting there with him. And I'm sure they'd all like to win this race. But it's all about the start and all about the way that you attack the circuit that makes you end up where you do. Michael Danks leading out over Santiago Fraude now with 3.5 seconds. We're on lap 4 of 8. We're at the halfway stage. It's anybody's game. This way, that way. Where do I get through? How do I get through? It's all about strategy. There's the 47, Arabella Krause and Kate Konofsky. Just ahead of them, Santiago Fraude. It's a good battle out there. It's a good scrap for third place between Arabella Krause and Kate Konofsky. Konofsky looks to go wide. He's going to try and pull a switch back here up on the next turn. Krause says no, not on my watch. It's not going to happen. And try and work your way through. Krause goes towards the middle on defensive lines. They look at each other. Then Krause goes wide and keeps Konofsky at bay. Konofsky needs to try and draw the driver out and then dive up on the inside. But it's a tall order at this pace. You really need to be a seasoned veteran to be able to pull that one off. And you've got to be absolutely stupendously late on the brakes in order to outbrake your competitor and then dive it and then still try and maintain it. So Michael Danks still leading out there with about 3.5 seconds over Santiago Fraude. There's another second over Krause. And I must say, Krause has gained some pace there. Actually towing Kate Konofsky with him. Arabella Krause driving real hard and closing down on Santiago Fraude. Well, the shortest way between 2 points is a straight stripe. And that's why they go and they hug the curbs like they do. To shorten out, because you run around the outside, you're going to make it a little bit wider. Konofsky looking on the inside. Kate Konofsky's got all kinds of ideas. He's got a whole bowl full of recipes in there, trying to work his way through. Right, so here we go now, into the right-hander. Krause holds sway there over that position, trying to chase down on the back end there of Santiago Fraude. I think Fraude's not aware that he's going to be under attack pretty shortly, because these two are coming along pretty quickly. Now storming towards Santiago Fraude. So Fraude's going to be under attack. And now, having a look here, Michael Danks has just screamed away, almost 5 seconds ahead of the rest of the field. So he's unopposed. Comes here into the final right-hander up towards the start-finish line. We'll start lap number 7. He's way down the road. Here comes the rest of the competition. Santiago Fraude, Alabera Krause, Kate Konofsky. Up behind him, Dylan Besaidnout, and then Diego Antunes. Into the corner they go. You want to try and get around the outside, so you have the inside line, but it's not going to happen there. Alabera Krause. Kate Konofsky has been taken there by Santiago Fraude. Fraude's actually fallen back, having a look at that now. It's Krause who's gone up. So Krause is ahead there of Fraude. Will Fraude come back up on the inside? No. So Santiago Fraude down there on Krause. Krause is having a whale of a time out there. Santiago Fraude, who was one of our leaders in the previous heat, now finds himself under tremendous attack because Kate Konofsky's right there with him. So Alabera Krause having a fantastic run of it now, up into second place. What is going to happen? And in the meantime, Michael Danks is a good 6.9 seconds down the road. A storming charge there from young Michael Danks as he leads up. Well, have a look at Arabella Krause once again up on the inside of the circuit, using the circuit to their benefit. Cannot be any better than that. The number 15 cart. Michael Danks leads out. It's on his final lap. Michael Danks now towards the far side, the left-hand side of the circuit from our commentary position now. Works his way through the twisty bits. Hangs a left. And here's the 22 card of Dylan Besaidnout and Dile Pinto there, and Diego Antunes. Zach Boshoff is in there as well. And there's your leader, Michael Danks. He's going to come up towards the line pretty shortly. Into the right-hander goes Michael Danks. Going to take the final right-hander right now, and the checkered flag will beckon there for Michael Danks as he comes up towards the line. Heat number 3, Michael Danks in the Bambinos. As we wait for the rest of the field to come around that final right-hander. There we go. Arabella Krauser, Kate Konofsky, and then Santiago Frade. Wait for the rest of the field to make their way as they all come down into the right hand. There's a lovely scuffle here coming into the final right-hand corner. And going over the line there is Diego Antunes, followed there by Dylan Besaidnout and Dile Pinto, Zach Boshoff, and Rafael de Souza. We would actually expect it to be a little bit higher, but nonetheless, that's the nature of the beast, and that's been the race. That was the third and the final heat of the Bambinos. Right, we just want to thank our sponsors, Vortex Engine, Southern Cross Wealth, Levanto Car Tires, For the Win Motorsports, OTK Card Parts for sponsoring the South African Rok Cup. And then next up, we've got the KZ Masters, the men that know how to drive. We'll chat to you soon. Right, viewers, it's the third and final heat of the KZ Masters Shifters. They'll go out onto the circuit and warm up those tyres, make sure the gears are selecting correctly, bend in the brakes, and get ready to race. It's a static start, so they get one warm-up lap as they come out of the pre-race paddock. Out onto the pre-race paddock and then onto the show. There's your front row, Connor Rogers and Dominic Diaz. Second row, Craig Kukumur and Calvin Diaz, Wayne Masters, David Hollis, Paulo Diaz, Michael Bissett, and Miguel Diaz. Well, keep an eye there on Connor Rogers and Paulo Diaz, Calvin Diaz as well. Let's see how this one all pans out. Warming up, they're still in the middle of the circuit. They'll work their way around. Two more right-handers, and then they work their way into the grid proper before they get their third and final heat underway here at Vereeniging Kart Club in the southern side of sunny Gauteng today. Number 7 there of Calvin Diaz, we saw him in the previous heat there on the front row, Dominic Diaz and Connor Rogers. They speed up and hit the brakes hard on the line just to make sure everything is working. Yeah, in front of our commentary here is Carter's getting ready. They get off the line quickly and make their way down towards that first right, left and right kink. Looks like it could be Dominic Diaz. Is it him? Indeed it is. It's Dominic Diaz who takes out the lead there. Looks like Connor Rogers sits right up there behind him. Rogers in there. Keeping an eye there on the 27 car. That's Hollis, that's in there as well. Pressing hard. Work their way into those corners. It's that long sweeping left-hand sweep before they go right. And Dominic Diaz leads out. So can he hold on to this one? But he's under tremendous threat there from the rest of the field. In the likes there of Calvin Diaz, Connor Rogers and Hollis all in there. Pressing hard, working their way through. As the rest of the field come down. Keep an eye there. Try and pick up the numbers on the cart. That's 26 and 25. That 25 there's Paulo Diaz. He would be expected to be a little bit higher up. But now look, it looks to me like Rogers is taking the lead. Connor Rogers moves to the lead. He has indeed ahead of Dominic Diaz. Calvin Diaz sits there as well. Oh, this is a right royal scrap here in the third and the final heat of the KZ Masters race. Into the right-hander once again. For plenty. They're all extremely close. All ready to pounce at whatever minute. The man that's got the biggest task at hand is Connor Rogers who leads up. Dominic Diaz, Calvin Diaz. Kukumur sits behind him. Then it's Masters, then Hollis, then Paulo Diaz. And up behind him is Bishop, together with Miguel Diaz, who brings up the rear. Right, so all working their way around. Connor Rogers leaning out. Dominic Diaz and Calvin Diaz sit up behind him. Kukumur sits there with him. Can Kukumur get through? Then it's Masters and Hollis. Right, down into the right hand. Brilliant stuff here. It's needle stuff. Tell you what, your concentration's got to be 110% here. You cannot afford to have any lapsing concentration here. The slightest of lapses, and then it all falls by the wayside. So they work their way through. Into the right hand here is Connor Rogers. He's really in some fine form today, and really fighting for that number 1 podium as he works his way around. Up behind him there, the 46 of Dominic Diaz, Calvin Diaz. Kukumur sits there, Masters, then Holiday, then Paulo Diaz, and bringing up the rear there, Miguel Diaz. The whole Diaz family, they seem to have a stranglehold on this class. So one could almost think they could ride the shotgun and get to whoever they want to in the front, but it's up to Connor Rogers. Well, he's got different ideas. He's not going to afford them that opportunity. So they work their way through now. They're completing lap number 4 of 10. It's across the line. Make their way down towards that chicane once again. Lovely circuit. Circuit's in pristine condition. The surface affords brilliant racing. Good lines being taken by the respective drivers here as they work their way through there into that left-hander. Into the left-hander they go. It's a nice long reeling left-hander. They work their way right around. It's almost a horseshoe type bend. They drive back on themselves. Then they go into the right-hander. And then down that little back straightaway. It's then going to be a right and a left. And then a right again. And they come down over the start-finish line and start the halfway mark of the race. Third and finally, keep an eye on Connor Rogers there. He's trying to pull away. His body language says I'm having fun. He looks very relaxed in the front there. Dominic Diaz, I think the man that's got the biggest fight on his face there is Calvin Diaz. He seems to be wanting to fight his way through on Dominic, but they trying to close down, and Connor Rogers now has got a half a second cushion there over Dominic Diaz. Kokomo sits there in P4, Hollis in 5, now ahead of Masters. So things are happening in the middle of the field as they make their way into the right-hander. Into the right-hander, then the hanger left. Come here, back over the start-finish line. Still Connor Rogers up over the line. Half a second ahead there, Dominic Diaz. Calvin Diaz is very close. Then Kokomo comes through. Then it's Hollis that's pulled away there from Masters. Masters has his hands full. And there's the 46 of Dominic Diaz. The 25 and the 29 of Paulo Miguel Diaz having a good scrap there as well. 45 there of Masters. And Masters, and the 45 cart is sitting up behind Hollis, trying to close down. Hollis got his hands full. Masters sitting up behind Masters there is Paulo Diaz. 25 of Paulo Diaz is now up on Masters. Diaz has moved up one. And then it's Masters. And then behind Masters is Miguel Diaz. So Hollis has actually moved up quite a bit. Although not in picture. But your leader still, Connor Rogers, almost the second ahead there of Dominic Diaz. Dominic Diaz still got Calvin Diaz. Then it's Kokomo up behind him. Having a look at Kokomo is almost half a second, almost 6 seconds ahead of Hollis. So that's pretty spread out. The first three are close. After that, Kokomo is almost 5 seconds behind Calvin Diaz, sorry. Such a whole Diaz family. But still out front there, Connor Rogers now on his penultimate lap. Rogers leading out there. Dominic Diaz sitting up in second place. Carlo Diaz in third. That's the way they remain now. And I'm pretty much sure they'll take that towards the end. Pushing hard, there's the 25 of Paulo Diaz there, Wayne Masters. Masters is under threat. Masters under, oh, no, he holds on. Diaz, Michael Diaz goes through, he's in 8th. So it's all happening out there. That's your scrap towards the back end of the field. They're about to start their final lap. They cross the line, they start their final lap. Connor Rogers still leads out. Watching that mid-pack battle there as they go through the right and left-hand squirm as they come up over the start-finish line. Over the line they go. That's Paulo Diaz, Wayne Masters, and we got Diaz having a good old fashion scrap there at the back end of the field. Nothing wrong with it. It's the way it is. There's Carlo Diaz. Carlo Diaz chasing down Dominic Diaz. Dominic Diaz is chasing down Connor Rogers. There's your leader, Connor Rogers, going into the right-hander. So on his final lap, he's unopposed. Coming up towards the line, it's checkered flag time. Checkered flag. Connor Rogers, followed by Dominic Diaz. Carlo Diaz. And in 4th place will be Carlo Kokomur, followed by Hollis. As they come towards the line. Everyone is over the line. There comes Hollis. Then it's Paulo Diaz, Wayne Masters, Miguel Diaz. Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant racing. That was the 3rd and final heat of the KZ Masters. And we were back. There you go. Connor Rogers, Dominic Diaz, Calvin Diaz, Craig Kukamur, David Hollis, Paulo Diaz, Wayne Masters, Miguel Diaz, and Michael Bissett bringing up the rear of that field. Brilliant stuff. Third and final lead. Next up will be the OKJs. Right, next up the OKJs. The young guns out there. Casey Enzer-Smith taking the previous race there. Nicholas Roos, Devian Naidu, Jaden Gooser, Tyler Robinson, Tyre van der Laan, Ethan Steen, Lwandle Pule will all be out there. There's your grid. Casey Enzer-Smith, Nicholas Roos, Tyler Robinson, Devian Naidu on the second row. Lwandle Pule, Jaden Gooser on the third row, with Tyre van der Laan and Ethan Steen on the fourth row. 15 laps of mayhem. Racing of the top order. Well, let's see, they'll working their way through the middle of the circuit, getting some heat into the tires. They'll have to form up into formation pretty shortly. The yellow flags wave aplenty. Casey Enzer-Smith and Nicholas Roos. Brings them around. They're coming up towards the tram lines. There you see them all quickly dive into their positions. Into the tram lines they go. One more lap, says the flag marshal. You're too far apart. You're going to have to go one more lap. Well, once again, thanks to the sponsors for hosting this event. Bringing me up all the way from Cape Town. OTK Kart Parts, Southern Cross Wealth, For the Win Racing, Vortex Engines. So they're all, you'll see, come up on the right hand side of your screen. I want to say thank you to everybody. It's an absolute honor and a pleasure to be here for some fine racing out of the top draw. It's the fourth round of the South African Rok Cup National. Right, so down the far end of the circuit now, they're going to make a right, left and right, and then bring their way up towards the start-finish line. Split the tram lines there. The marshal says, slow down, boys. Keep it tidy. Nicholas Roos bringing them up to line. Casey Enzer-Smith's on his outside. You'll see they'll get going now. They get going on the go, and away they go through the tram lines. All jostling for positions. So Nicholas Roos takes the lead there, followed by Casey Enzer-Smith, and make their way through. And there's the 91 of Lwandle Pule. The back, the 42 there of Ethan Steer. 91 of Lwandle Pule pushing through. Nicholas Roos leading out. Oh, The number 15 card has gone off the circuit. That is Tyre van der Laan. Tyres off the circuit. The marshal says, get him, we'll give you a bump and you get going. Trying to get that. Oh, there's another cart off. Who is that that's gone off? Well, things have had a little bit of a shake-up here as they all cross the line. Nicholas Roos, Casey Enzersmith, Divyan Naidu, Tyler Robinson, Lwandle Pule and Ethan Steer up into 6th place. Gifted that one. So if he makes hay while the sun shines, he may be able to get some good points on the board here. Casey Enzersmith hounding the back end there of Nicholas Roos. And Nicholas Roos got his hands full. As Casey Enzersmith pushes as hard as he can. The 53 there of Jane and Goosen back on circuit. Nicholas Roos fighting that car, trying to keep it under control there as Casey Enzersmith sits up behind him. The slow car up in the middle of the circuit. Casey Enzersmith, that body language says, I look very relaxed. Relaxed is indeed, because the pressure is on Nicholas Roos to hold out. Divyan Naidu and Tyler Robinson are right up behind, having a right roll battle of their own. Roos drifts a bit sideways into the right-hander. Goes wide, uses the rumble strip to his benefit as they roll around. Casey Enzersmith ducking under the oncoming draft there, trying to get a little bit closer there to Nicholas Roos. Divyan Naidu, Tyler Robinson, Lwandle Pule and Ethan Steer are there respectively in 3, 4, 5 and 6. They're having a good battle of it. Divyan Naidu trying to stay ahead of this pack, trying to close down the back of Casey Enzersmith, but there's a 1.5 second gap that he'll have to reel in. But he's still got 12 or so laps to go, so it's not the end of the world as he rolls around. Bringing it around now, and who is that? 27 of Tyler Robinson up on the inside of Divyan Naidu, and Divyan Naidu loses out to Lwandle Pule as well. So Tyler Robinson's gone from 5th to 3rd, but keep an eye on Pule. Pule sits right up behind Tyler Robinson. Pule's got other ideas. The Squadra course cart is right up there behind Tyler Robinson. Can Lwandle Pule get through? Working their way through, and Nicholas Roos is under tremendous attack there, because it looks like Casey Enzersmith is going to be ahead, and is. Well, we didn't see that one on screen, but Casey Enzersmith has taken the lead and pulled a bit of a gap there over Nicholas Roos. Enzersmith almost 2 seconds ahead of Roos there. Well, there's one for the books. Casey Enzersmith has taken out his office stamp and stamped his authority down on this race, and has decided, well guys, I'm just going to check out. And Roos is under a tremendous attack there from Robinson and Pule. What is going to happen? Into the left-hander. Roos leads out in 2nd place, and then it's Tyler Robinson, Lwandle Pule and Divyan Naidu is also there. Whoa, this is brilliant stuff. Divyan Naidu's up on the inside of Lwandle Pule, and Divyan Naidu gets through. Divyan Naidu gets through and says, thank you Lwandle for letting me through. Ethan Steer still there in the mix at the back of that crowd. And Nicholas Roos, he's got a hands full there, because right up behind him is Tyler Robinson. Looks like his little nose fairing is a little bit loose, but he's managing to keep it all together. Slides out there into the right-hander. Right up behind him, Tyler Robinson. 2 seconds up behind him. Then the 98 of Divyan Naidu. Naidu's looking racy. Can Divyan get a little bit closer to Tyler Robinson and perhaps squeeze another point or two in the bag as they go around that long left-hand sweep? Can anybody get close to anyone else? They are pushing hard. Keep an eye there on the 27 of Tyler Robinson. He's got Nicholas Roos in his sights and is not too worried too much about what's going on behind him, because that is Divyan Naidu, and Divyan's not close enough to be at earshot or to pose any threat at this moment in time. Over the start-finish line, dive around the corner, halfway mark so to speak, that we're entering now. Keep an eye on Lwandle Pule. Body language says everything. I want to race. Of course you want to race. Nicholas Roos, Tyler Robinson, then Divyan Naidu. Well, Nicholas Roos trying to pull a gap there on Robinson now to try and go and reel in Enzersmith, who's 2 seconds ahead of him. So there's a lot to be done. We had Ethan Steer in picture there for a minute, who's ahead of Ty van der Laan and Jaden Goosen off the circuit. Or they'd lap down, sorry. Who's the lap down? They are indeed on circuit. So they're all pushing hard. Rus leads that pack out from Robinson, from Naidu, from Pule, then Steer, Van der Laan and Goosen. Jaden Goosen had a bit of misfortune, otherwise would have been right up towards the front end of the field now as they roll around. Brilliant stuff here. Keep an eye there on the 98 of Divyan Naidu. He's working overtime in that cockpit. He's not hanging around. Up in front of him, Tyler Robertson and Nicholas Rus. Rus has got his hands full. He's not close enough. Well, he's reeling in Casey Enzersmith ever so slightly. But then again, Casey once gets out in the straight bits, puts the hammer down and boom, comes around the right-hand corner to cross the start-finish line. So too does Rus, Robinson and Naidu. So now we are at the halfway mark. Things are now happening. Coming around the body language of Rus, how these young lads of 15, 16 years old control these karts like they're motor cars. And why you want to know why such youngsters go towards Formula One. This is because they come from this speed where they drive at an ecstatic amount of pace, braking at the last minute, letting the tyres scrub into the tar and do the work. Brilliant stuff here. Lovely demonstration of what the riding should be like. Excellent camera work here from the cameramen on the corner. As you see, the cars just drift into the corners. So the production team really doing their level best to bring you the best presentation they can here, as Nicholas Rus still holds off Tyler Robinson and Divyan Naidu. Go right there onto the curbstone, using every bit of the track that's available to them. Casey Enzersmith still leading out. Nicholas Rus fighting. See the cars drift into the corner as tyres bite, and then it just drills them way out of that corner. So lovely stuff here. Nicholas Rus, Tyler Robinson. Tyler Robinson looks like a little bit of a tired neck after 3 heats. My neck would be tired too. Why not? Brilliant stuff there. Divyan Naidu looks like he's getting a little bit closer to Tyler Robinson. Divyan Naidu is really in Tyler Robinson. We're on lap 10 of 15. No, you don't want that neck to get tired, because then your concentration moves from your race to your neck, and that's when you make mistakes. Divyan Naidu's got other ideas. Divyan Naidu closing down on the back of Tyler Robinson. Is there going to be a passing in the offing? This is where the excitement's at the moment. Brilliant stuff to watch. Divyan Naidu is sitting right behind Tyler Robinson, looking for a possibility to pounce at the opportunity to pass. But the opportunity will have to present itself, or otherwise he's going to have to eke one out of the tarmac here today. Tyler Robinson sitting in P3, the last of the podium positions. And Divyan Naidu is scratching around in his box of tricks, trying to work out a way to get past Tyler Robinson. Up front there, Nicholas Rus is pulling away from Tyler. I think Tyler Robinson might be getting tired, but I don't want to say that. I don't know the car too well enough to make that objection, or observation I should say, as Divyan Naidu still sits right there on the back of Tyler. Divyan Naidu coming out hot out of that corner, managed to grab good drive, taking it down towards the next right-hander. Well, it's still looking pretty much a-okay for the likes of Tyler Robinson. But for Divyan Naidu, I can only imagine what's going through his brain at the moment, thinking to himself, what should I do? Should I wait? Should I brake late? Should I dive up on the inside? Should I sell a dummy? What should I do? It all goes through the mind in flash seconds. These guys train for this day in, day out. It's what they do. But some brilliant stuff here. Keep an eye on Tyler Robinson, using the whole circuit to his benefit there. Divyan Naidu says, anything you can do, I can do better. And just up front there to them, Nicholas Rus. Not too much pressure on him. He's got about a second gap. He's 2.5 seconds behind Casey Enzersmith. Casey down the road. They're still going to right hand to the corner, followed by Nicholas Rus. Now Tyler Robinson and Divyan Naidu. Well, what can Divyan do? Can Divyan throw the gauntlet here? We'll have to wait and see. Divyan's pretty close. It's pretty close, but he doesn't want to sell his hand, show his hand too early, because then he could be at a disadvantage. So, let's watch what Divyan does. Divyan might have a strategy of his own and just sits behind Robertson, just saying, staying in touch. I'll make my move just now. But that's the battle for third position. It's Tyler Robinson versus Divyan Naidu. into the left, into the right. Now for the long right-hander. There they go. Devian Naidu sits up behind Tyler Robinson. About to finish the 14th lap, final lap to come. So you got to sort of think to yourself, if it's going to happen, it's going to happen in the not too distant future. Oh, and he catches the dirt. And he loses about half a second there. Devian Naidu clipping the dirt. And it just sort of catapulted Tyler Robinson away. And if Devin wanted to do something, well, I'm afraid that opportunity might be out the window, because they're all pretty much the same pace. So I don't see Devian getting closer. He's got a lap and a bit to go. Yeah, they cross the line. Casey Enzer Smith leading out. There's your leader, doing a sterling job from start to finish. Well, just a little bit of Nicholas Roos. He had to get out the way. When he got him out the way, he just put his foot flat down on the floorboard and just checked out of there. And he's now 2.5 seconds ahead of Nicholas Roos. So it's final lap, final heat for the OKJ class here at Vereeniging Kart. And the fourth round of the South African Rok Cup finals. Casey Enzer Smith has done enough to get ahead there of Nicholas Roos, is 2.6 seconds behind him. And it's checkered flag. Checkered flag beckons there for Casey Enzer Smith, who crosses the line, followed by Nicholas Roos, Tyler Robinson, and Devian Naidu. We will wait on the rest of the karters. And it's Lawandle Pule, Ethan Steer, and Ty van der Laan, followed by Jaden Grissom. Well, that's it all in a nutshell. That was OKJ. Once again, thanks to all the sponsors. Right, next up, Kid Rock on the front row there. Evan Venter, Caleb Moss, Aaron Mason of the Silver, Jack Moore, Maddox Mason, Logan Billard, Troy van der Laan, Max Bossoff, Oliver Neal, Declan Jurgens, Jan Nolte, and Kai van Rensburg. See how this one pans out. As they make their way in the middle of the circuit, they'll be slowing down pretty shortly to form up. And when they cross the tram lines, we'll be racing. Right, so they're forming up. Making their way to the final corner. They come out of the corner, they'll hit the tram lines, and we will go racing. Everyone splits the tram lines. They keep it tidy until they cross that line, and away they go. Now they can start jostling for positions. Coming up towards us. So a Schumacher kart that leads out, but not for long. Everybody jostling for positions as they work their way down into the right-hand corner. Trying to pick up a number there. Carts are absolutely flying through there. 31 of Jack Moore sitting there in about fifth position. Maddox Mason's in there as well. Bring their way around. There's the 31 there of Jack Moore. We saw the 26 card that comes through. That's Oliver Neal. Coming through there, Rafael de Silva. He's working his way through the pack. And right up there is Caleb Moss, who's sitting up in second place. Well, lots of fights out there. There's Rafael de Silva right up behind him there. It's the 29 of Maddox Mason. Up front there, it's the 88. That's Caleb Moss. Moss, and ahead of Moss there is Evan Venter. So Evan Venter leading out. He had a bit of a battle for third and fourth in the previous heat, but this time he got a good start and he leads out on the Schumacher cart. That's Evan Venter. Behind him, Caleb Moss, Rafael de Silva, Maddox Mason, Jack Moore. And then up behind him, it will be Aaron Mason and Troy van der Laan, Logan Pillau, Oliver Neal, Max Boshoff, Kai, and behind him is Kai, and he's pushing as hard as he can, Kai van Rensburg, and Nolta up behind him, Declan Jurgens bringing up the rear. There's a lovely scuffle at the front end of the field, chopping and changing between the 72 and the 88 of Evan Venter and Caleb Moss. Venter up on the inside, Moss, and De Silva squeezes through. De Silva goes up into third place, Rafael De Silva. But have a look at this. Caleb Moss is someone taking that line down, but De Silva manages to squeeze through into second place. Then it's the 31 of Jack Moore coming through. Ooh, this is going to go down to the wire, folks. It's 9 laps. We're on the third one, a third of the way. But I can tell you what, this is going to chop and change all the way to the shop. So they work their way through now into that left and then right hand, and they bring it up over the line. Evan Venter leads out. Right up behind him, Rafael De Silva. Then it's going to be Caleb Moss, Jack Moore, Maddox Mason, Aaron Mason. Then it's going to be Troy van der Laan, Logan Billa, Oliver Neal, Max Boshoff, and Kai van Zyl bring up the rear there. So everyone having Kai van Rensburg. Sorry, my apologies. Kai van Rensburg. So lots happening out there. Evan Venter trying to fend off Rafael De Silva. Can Rafael De Silva get closer? He's having a look. He's having a peek. I'll tell you what, Evan Venter's got his foot firmly stuck down on the right hand of that floorboard. You can see those feet working overtime there as we have a look there at Jack Moore. Moore sitting down in 4. He'd like to be higher up. He knows what he's capable of. His carts are absolutely flying around the circuit at the moment. De Silva up on the inside. De Silva says thank you very much. De Silva takes the lead there from Venter. And that puts Venter into a new basket of groceries now. Now becomes the meat and the sandwich now because he's got Caleb Moss up behind him. And he's been struggling with Moss most of the race. So De Silva's up in the front now. Is Moss going to have a look? Moss is close enough there with Jack Moore. Maddox Mason. Once again up on the inside. Oh, I tell you what, this is too close for comfort, folks. I don't want to call it now because there's still a lot to go. They're only on lap 5 at the moment of 9. Rafael De Silva, Evan Venter. Behind him, Caleb Moss. Up on the inside is Jack Moore. Moore moves up there. So Moore moves up to third. And Jack says, come lads, come. Let's go catch these guys. Don't hang around. Pull the pin. Let's go. Jack Moore looking for buddies. He's chasing there De Silva, who's behind Venter, who's back in the lead. Evan Venter, they cross the line. Rafael De Silva, Jack Moore, Maddox Mason, Caleb Moss, Aaron Mason. This front end runner, this is brilliant stuff. This is what you like to see on race day. These carts are all literally nose tail. It's not a runaway trip here. It's not a runaway trip. Evan Venter, Rafael De Silva, Jack Moore, then Maddox Mason. They're all absolutely nose to tail stuff here. You step out of line, you're going to be handed your kitty. That's just the bottom line of it. So they work their way around, and someone looks up on the inside. I think it's Mason. Mason's gone up on the inside of Moore, but Moore comes back at him. Moore retains that position. They go down the back end of the circuit now. It's going to be a right, left, and right. There we go, right, left, and then right again, and now they hit the final right to cross the line. All pretty much line astern. Looks like they're jostling for positions there. The rest of the crew come through. Ivan Venter, Rafael de Silva, Jack Moore, Maddox Mason, Caleb Moss, Troy van der Laan, Alex Mason, Logan Billa, Oliver Neal, and Max Bossoff. So they work their way through. Those front runners are giving each other absolute nightmares there. So they work their way. Oh, Jack Moore, I think, has slid up to second place. Or has he? No, he's still down in third. Front is still Ivan Venter and Rafael de Silva. Camera angle just playing a bit of a trick on their eye there now as they work their way around the long left-hander. Someone wants to dip up on the inside. Is there space? Moore says, no, I won't have any of that. But there might be a bit of a change. Van der Laan leads out. Moss has gone ahead of Maddox Mason. Caleb Moss is through. Ivan Venter goes defensive. Won't allow Rafael de Silva to come through. They cross the line once more. Lap number 8, the penultimate lap that they're starting now, and Ivan Venter's got his hands full with Rafael de Silva. Now last time out, Rafael de Silva pulled the pin towards the end. Is he going to do the same? We'll have to wait and see. He sits alongside. Is he going to be late on those brakes? Is he going to leave it till the last? Ivan Venter says anything you can do, but then he does. He does. De Silva takes the lead. Can he hold it? He's got the inside line. It's a perfect maneuver. And he holds sway there over Ivan Venter. Rafael de Silva goes to the front, and Jack Moore's there looming as well. Jack Moore's in with a shout as well. It's the penultimate lap. Someone can pull the pin here at any time now. And these guys are absolutely motoring along here in the Kid Rock. They look around to see who's where. I don't know. I don't have time to look around when this frenetic pace. Jack Moore slides up into second place. Jack Moore's ahead of Ivan Venter. Can Moore still pull off a race here? Rafael de Silva is holding on to first. They're starting their final lap. Off on their final lap they go. Rafael de Silva, Jack Moore, Ivan Venter, Maddox Mason, Caleb Moss, Troy van der Laan, Aaron Mason, Logan Billa, Oliver Neal. They're all in it. Everyone goes defensive up on the inside of the circuits. De Silva, but Moore decides he's going to go around the outside. He could hold the outside and get that long left-hand turn. He's still there, still looking up on the inside. Ooh, it was too close for comfort. And Ivan Venter goes farming a little bit and manages to regain it on the outside. He got a bit caught up in that tussle. And it looks like this has released Rafael de Silva. He's on his final lap. Is he going to be reeled in there by Jack Moore? I don't think so. Ivan Venter's there and he's got Maddox Mason up behind him. And Mason's looking up towards the inside. Does Mason get through? I don't think so. Rafael de Silva coming through. It's the final corner. It's checkered flag time. Checkered flag time. Rafael de Silva gets the checkered flag. He's followed by Jack Moore, and there's a whole array of carters there. It's Ivan Venter, Maddox Mason, Caleb Moss, Troy van der Laan, Alex Mason, Logan Billa, Ollie Neal, and Max Bossoff. Absolutely brilliant race here in the Kid Rock. With only one more race to go for the day. How time flies when you're having fun. Well, there's your final result. Rafael de Silva takes from Jack Moore, Ivan Venter. There's your front three. What a brilliant, brilliant, brilliant race. Thank you once again to all of you. There we go. Ivan Venter, Maddox Mason, Caleb Moss, Troy van der Laan, Aaron Mason, Logan Billow, Oliver Neal, Max Bossoff, Kai van Rensburg, and Johan Nolter bringing up the rear. Right, finally to the day, the KZ2s, race number 3, Keegan Masters and Dino Sturman on the front row, followed by Fabian Lance, Josh Kutzer, Jason Gutierrez, Roman De Beer, Michael Pringle, Scott Falconer, Dylan Thompson and Carlo Olivier make up those 10 drivers. Sit back, relax and enjoy the mayhem. Brilliant stuff here today at the Vereeniging Kart Circuit. The racing has been absolutely out of the top draw as always. South African karting, you can't expect anything less. It's always good. It's always exciting. And yeah, besides the expense, I mean, it's a massive sacrifice for those that wish to partake. But saying that, we know where all these people end up. And the likes here of Dino Sturman and Keegan Masters. I mean, these are guys that have been riding Polo Cup. All the rest, they have a static start. They will start on the line. They race up and check their brakes. They then slot the car into gear before they get going. It's going to be frenetic. We've got Fabian Lance there in the 96 kart. The lady sits there on the second row. Right, she's got Josh Coutser up on her inside. We're about to go rumbling. It's 15 laps of mayhem. It's the final heat of the day, and here we go. And racing, and Coutser gets a blinding start. Coutser slides up on the inside of Sturman, right up behind Masters. So Coutser was on the money early days, and he's come out with all guns blazing, chasing the back end there. And so too has Fabian Lance, who's now ahead there of Dino Sturman. Well. Roman De Beer sits there in P5. So it's all out there, and they're having oodles of fun. I'm telling you something, this is going to be a real humdinger as they work their way around. Have a look, see if there's any changes up here, and keep an eye on them as they work their way around their circuit. So still Keegan Masters leads out. Keegan Masters leading out. So doesn't want to be opposed. Josh Coutser, Fabian Lance, Dino Sturman, Roman De Beer, they're all in it there as they work their way around the circuit. Here comes, and Fabian Lance is up on the back there of Josh Coutser. Dino Sturman wants a way through. Roman De Beer is there as well. And on the 47 kart, that's Dino Sturman. Have Dino there. He's trying to press on the back of Fabian Lance, and trust me, Fabian being the lady in the race, she's no slouch whatsoever. She's just not going to sit back and watch the flowers grow. She's going to go out there and attack it. Josh Coutser had a blinding start, sits in second place there. Fabian Lance third. Keegan Masters leading out as per normal. Can anyone change the status quo? We'll have to wait and see. They're all very close. They're all line astern. So we'll pick up the gaps just now when the timing screen comes up and gives us affords the opportunity. That's the 77 there of Jason Gutierrez, another Cape Townian trying to work his way through there on Roman De Beer. Brilliant stuff here from these karters. They're all pretty much nose to tail. I almost want to say it could be anyone's race. The 26 there working its way through, that's Dylan Thompson, was in picture. Dino Sturman has got past Fabian Lance. Roman De Beer has got past Fabian Lance. Now, Dino Sturman needs to go in search there of Josh Coutser. Coutser sitting up there behind Keegan Masters. Here's a lovely scuffle here. And Fabian Lance is under a tremendous amount of attack there. Well. Dylan Thompson is in there as well. There's the 77 there of Jason Gutierrez. Gutierrez in there. Well, this is a whole brilliant scuffle. Gutierrez sitting mid-pack. Everyone having a right royal scrap of it. There's Fabian Lance. She's in the middle. Just ahead there of Jason Gutierrez. Still being led out there by Keegan Masters. Masters Coutser. Behind Coutser, Dino Sturman. And up on the inside, it's the 34 of Scott Falconer that takes Jason Gutierrez. Scott Falconer up on the inside of Jason Gutierrez. Gutierrez comes back at him. Late breaker. Well, we know Jason like that. He loves to slide it into corner. He's the last of the late breakers. He leads once again into the right-hander. Falconer wants to come back at him. Up behind Falconer is the number 26 there of Dylan Thompson. And that is mid-pack, folks. That is not even in the front of the circuit. And look at the quality of the racing here in mid-pack. We're down into lap number 5 of 15. And look at that. That is at the back of the field, and they're giving each other hammer and tongs. That's Carlo Willifeer together with Michael Pringle. They were in picture there. Brilliant, brilliant stuff. So they're working their way around the circuit. Keegan Masters about half a second ahead there of Joshua Kutzer, Dino Sturman. Then Roman De Beer, Fabian Lance, Jason Gutsia, Scott Falconer, Dylan Thompson, Carlo Willifeer, Michael Pringle bringing up the rear. The leaders now make their way into the middle part of the circuit. As we have a look at Jason Gutsia. Gutsia wants to get cracking. He hasn't had a good day of it. He'd like to do better. There's Fabian Lance. Lance behind Roman De Beer. Roman De Beer and the Volkswagen team is fighting off the attentions there of Lance Racing's Fabian Lance. And that's for 4 and 5 respectively. There's the 61 of Josh Kutzer with Dino Sturman, and they're closing down there possibly on Keegan Masters ever so slightly. Dino Sturman up behind Josh Kutzer, right up behind him. A nice late braking maneuver going into that right-hander. He now sits up there behind Josh Kutzer. Behind Dino Sturman is Roman De Beer. Dino Sturman pushing hard there, up behind Josh Kutzer. Can he close down? Can he make a move? Josh Kutzer, absolutely no slouch. He's got all guns blazing. He's done that since he left the line. Came from the second row, jumped up into the first row. And the response time was absolutely brilliant there from him. But now he's got Dino Sturman to contend with, and he's trying to reel in Keegan Masters. Fabian Lance has got past Roman De Beer. So Lance moves up now into P4. Can Fabian make a change? She's about a second and a half behind Dino Sturman. It's a bit of order. There she goes. And she's quick. She's a fine young lady and she knows how to drive. That's for sure. Sturman sits behind Kutzer, sits behind Masters. Then behind them it's Lance and De Beer. There's the 34 there of Scott Falconer chasing down Jason Gutsia. Diminutive Scott Falconer, a great driver and a great pedigree behind this man as he chases down Jason Gutsia. Him and Jason having a right royal rumble of it. And that's what you came for. You came to race. You came to challenge yourself against the best in the country. Why not race? Make the most of it. Keegan Masters, after nearly 8 laps, leads out, crosses the line now, starts lap number 9, leads out for 0.76 over Josh Kutzer, followed by Dino Sturman, Fabian Lance, Roman De Beer, Jason Gutsia, Scott Falconer, Dylan Thompson, Carlo Willifeer, and Michael Pringle. That is how your list makes up at the moment. And into the right-hander, there's the 96 of Fabian Lance. She is pressing hard. She's trying to gain on Dino Sturman. It's not too far. She can see him, but it's almost like just she can't grab him. She'd like to try the best. There at the bottom of your screen now, you see that it's the leader, Keegan Masters, Josh Kutzer, Dino Sturman, Fabian Lance. Then behind Fabian Lance, we've got the likes there of Roman De Beer, Jason Gutsia, Scott Falconer, Carlo Willifeer. They're all in it. It's a high-speed train. No one is holding back whatsoever, I can assure you. As here's your leader, Keegan Masters, making his way around. Josh Kutzer following suit together with Dino Sturman. Behind Sturman is Fabian Lance and Roman De Beer. Roman De Beer, Jason Gutsia, Scott Falconer, Dylan Thompson, Carl Willifeer, Michael Pringle. Brilliant, brilliant stuff here. Everyone is absolutely giving themselves 10-10s around the circuit. Keegan Masters has really come here on some fine form. And see if anyone can catch up with him. The only man at the moment is Josh Kutzer together with Dino Sturman. Sturman should be pushing Kutzer to get closer to Masters. That's what should be happening. They've got 5 laps to go. 5 laps of the day is left. 5 solid laps. That's all you need to do. Give your very best for another 5 minutes. And off they go. And still it's Keegan Masters leading out over Josh Kutzer. Masters into the right and followed by Kutzer and Sturman. Sturman is trying to get closer. So it is Fabian Lance. Fabian Lance ahead of Roman De Beer. She leads Roman De Beer with about 1.5 seconds. Behind De Beer's Kutzer and Falconer, followed by Dylan Thompson, Carlo Willifeer, and Michael Pringle. The leaders make their way now into that final right, left, right combination. So they come through now at the back end of the circuit. There we go, into the right-hander now comes Keegan Masters. Masters crosses the line. It's going to be Josh Kutzer, Dino Sturman, Fabian Lance cross the line. This is really high-speed stuff, folks. Brilliant camera work here from the television crew now as they watch the drivers go around. Down towards the rubber-proof wall, as we call it. Take it long right-hander. Into the right-hander they go. Work their way now, and there's that long sweeping left-hander horseshoe. And still, Keegan Masters holds out. Josh Kutzer, Dino Sturman, Fabian Lance, and Roman De Beer is your front top 5. I tell you something, I don't think Keegan Masters is going to try and put a foot wrong here now. We've still got about 4 and a bit laps to go. Are they going to try and reel him in? Does someone have a little bit extra or something special in the tank? Well, I don't know, eh? We'll have to wait and see. Keegan Masters has been on fine form today. And we'll have to wait and see now if Kutzer can reel him in. It's hot out there, folks. I can assure you, I'm sitting inside a building or the television screen in front of me, and they're out there in the blistering sun with those helmets, the race suits, the gloves, the boots, and a motor that's probably at about 100 degrees next to you. So it is not exactly easy, and they are really pedaling hard. So still Masters leads out from Kutzer and Sturman. Fabian Lance in 4th, who leads out over Roman De Beer and Jason Gutsia. In 7th, it's Scott Falconer, who leads out over Dylan Thompson, Carlo Willifee, and Michael Pringle. In picture, there's the 77 of Jason Gutsia. Behind Jason Gutsia, it's Scott Falconer. Behind him, it's Dylan Thompson. Behind Dylan Thompson, there it's Carlo Willifee, and then Michael Pringle. Lovely mid-pack battle here of Jason Gutsia is trying to get away here from Scott Falconer. Scott says, "Not if I can allow you, I'm not going to do that." So we'll see how that one pans out. Right, so around they go. Finishing lap 14 of 15. They're about to start their final lap. There's your leader, Keegan Masters, with Josh Kutzer in tow. Can Kutzer close that gap down? Can he close down? Can he make it yet? Go down to the wire. Keegan Masters leading out. Here comes Josh Kutzer. Masters leads out. Kutzer's a little bit ahead there of Sturman, and Sturman's under threat there from Fabian Lance. Methinks there could be something in the offing here in the final lap. They're about to cross the line. There, come across the line. Sturman looks over his shoulder and sees Fabian Lance there and thinks to himself, I actually wanted to catch that man in front. Here comes Josh Kutzer. Kutzer is now right there with Keegan Masters. Will Masters go defensive? Masters stays on the attacking line. He's got enough drive in the Squadron Course VW team. And he's there. Kutzer is close. Kutzer is close, and Kutzer looks like he wants. And Masters loses the front end. And here comes Sturman. Sturman goes through on Kutzer. Oh, this is unbelievable. Sturman goes to the front. Kutzer second, and Fabian Lance third. And Keegan Masters spun it out. Whether he got tapped or not, I don't know. I could not see. He gets out of his cart. He is a dejected Keegan Masters. He's absolutely livid, and it's checkered flag time for the Captonian. Dino Sturman is going to cross the line in pole. Dino Sturman takes it from Josh Kutzer and Fabian Lance. What an epic final race of the day. Followed there by Roman De Beer, Jason Gutsia, Scott Falconer, Dylan Thompson, Carlo Willifee, and Michael Pringle. Well, Dino Sturman, the man from Cape Town, in the Tony kart. Did they touch? Did they touch? Oh, it might have been the slightest of touches. I don't know. Well, that's not for me to decide. That's for the stewards and the drivers alike to decide. We'll have to see what happens. But definitely Dino Sturman coming through for the win. He's given that one the first prize. Brilliant, brilliant stuff. Well, folks, that's been some absolutely top draw racing. To my colleague, David Walker, who's also one of the sponsors, standing for you a little bit earlier. Before I got here, thank you, David. There we are, KZ2 race. Dino Sturman, Josh Kutzer, Fabian Lance, Roman De Beer, Jason Gutsia, Scott Falconer, Dylan Thompson, Carlo Willifee, Michael Pringle, and Keegan Masters, DNF. Well, I'm not sure that one pans out. We'll have to wait and see to get the results on that one. But that is provisionally the way it ended. And I can show you it's a very, very ecstatic Dino Sturman out there. It's been epic. To my TV crew, thanks guys, done a sterling job, camera work out the top draw. Always nice to commentate. I don't have to battle. To the sponsors, it's been brilliant. To Southern Cross Wealth, For the Win Racing, Vortex Motors, all of you, it's absolutely brilliant, brilliant, brilliant. And I sincerely hope to see you soon. Well, there's a bit of team spirit, getting a push home from your teammate. And Roman De Beer says to Keegan, don't worry buddy, I'll push you home, let's go home. It's the end of the day. Let's go and pack up in the long trek home. Well, we'll For those that are here at the circuit, we'll see you at the prize giving. The rest of you, have a wonderful weekend. Enjoy the F1, MotoGP, whatever it is you're watching. From me, Francois Butler, signing off. Thank you.
not a bad idea. Why don't you go and pick up Barry? Because you can drive on the track now, the racing's over. So Henry, drive on the track, go pick up Barry and his gear and the car battery and stuff. And then Mike, obviously once the guys come back here, maybe they can help you bring back some of the stuff. Walk down the lane now to where we are. Calling the shots here. Do you have the microphone? I can't work with this level of amateur production. That's hardcore. This level of incompetence. It's just so amateurish.
I've got rubbish here, but put away when I'm next to that. Oh, it will bring you somewhere.
Keep your earpiece in, dude. You're gonna man this RF camera for me.
Okay. Thank you so much. I've got it. Thanks, Joe. Alright, so it's the one I must use for the interview. Well, and prize giving. Back here. The sun got all day, but it didn't stop much. This I'm keeping off of the lock system. Yeah. Complain when it's cold, complain when it's hot. straight onto the sensor. Flap to open the lens covers just on the side.
number 30 in Mini Rock. Please come see the TC for the section of the engine. Competitor 14 and Kid Rock, please leave TC with your engine please. Competitor number 42 is also here across TC with your set of your engine please.
That's fine. I was just asking, thought if we should do it. Henry's calling you. Henry's calling you.
I'm standing here with the Squad Recorsa boys. Keegan Masters, you were leading that championship and you got taken out last lap. Talk me through your emotions. What's going on?
Oh, look, it was unfortunate. Well, actually, the engine seized, I think, we think, on the last lap. I mean, what are the odds of that? But yeah, we'll see how it goes. I don't know if we won it. We'll have to wait for the results to come up for the overall. But in our calculations, we won it. So hopefully we are right and we take it home.
Awesome job, Roman. That was a fantastic dice. You've been having a great day the whole day. Talk us through your day, and you were also playing wingman to your teammate.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't call it a great day at the office. We were struggling a little bit with some pace, but yeah, the main priority was obviously to bring the title home for the team, and Keegan did everything right today. Made the right decisions at the right time, and yeah, we just obviously have to work a bit harder for next year. But yeah, I'm just very stoked and very pleased with the teams. Well, I mean, we brought home two titles. Obviously, we're still waiting for the KZ2 results to be finalised. But yeah, just for the team and for Keegan, my mates, I'm just very proud.
Next season, you want to take it yourself instead of Keegan?
Yes, I'm
shotgun next season.
I'm getting bully. Yeah, I'm not getting any younger, but yeah, it's just very nice and very good to be behind the wheel again, and the karting, obviously, it's just the fitness levels needs to be up there, and I think just need to shake off the rust a bit. But yeah, looking forward to next year. Hopefully, I will still get the opportunity to drive and obviously mentor the kids.
Geeks, plan for the next year?
We'll have to see. This go-karts hurt you. Eh? Yes, I've been struggling the whole of yesterday. I struggled with my hips. But yeah, we made some plans today, took some painkillers, and yeah, I just want to say thank you to Roman for being such an awesome teammate. Thank you to Eli from Squad Recorsa for giving us the opportunity to race go-karts again. I mean, we're not really racing so much in the main circuit, so this is very good form to keep us fit. That's the whole main reason why I'm doing it, and also to help the Squad Recorsa kids. But yeah, yes. Roman and I are so close mates on and off track. We stay right close to each other, so we go to gym together. I mean, I couldn't have asked for a better teammate than him. But yeah, I had an awesome year.
He doesn't pitch every morning though. So.
I miss some mornings, but yeah, he pushes me. We push each other, and he raced GP3. I mean, I couldn't have asked for a better teammate.
Awesome job, guys. Lovely to see such a bromance in the pits. But all the best, man. Cheers, guys. Thank you so much.
Foxtrot, Foxtrot, 40 Tango, X-ray, 12 Papa. Foxtrot, Foxtrot, 40 Tango, X-ray, 12 Papa.
And our regional winner for today, Casey Enzer Smith. Okay, in Kid Rock Regional, third place goes to Mason Maddox.
Good job.
And in second place, Ewan Fenter.
Good job.
And the regional winner today, Rafael De Silva. Right, and then the Mini Rock regional results. In third place, Ashton Repsol.
Good job.
And in second place, Yitso Mabunda.
Come, boys. No, mini rock.
Mabunda, second place. And our winner for today, Vian Bosov. KZ2 regional results. In third place, Keegan Masters. Second place, Joshua Kurtzer.
Good job.
And first place, Fabian Lantz.
Who are we looking at?
South African cameraman.
Thanks.
Okay, KZ regional results. Third place, Connor Rogers. Second place, Calvin Dyers.
I'll take it. It's not here. I'll just take it for you.
Okay. And first place, Dominique Dyers.
I'll take it.
Which one, boy? The first one.
Everyone.
Are you going to take everyone?
Yeah, you've been asked by the team to take all the trophies. They had to leave. Good job, boys.
And then KZ Masters regional. Third place, Miguel Dyers. Second place, Wayne Masters. And first in Masters is Paulo Diaz.
Second place.
Sorry, boys. Give the other guy. Sorry. You should have done it, David. You should have done it in the last round.
Am I in focus? You guys
Hang on. Oh, sorry. Got it in.
Yes, guys.
That's fine. It says national. Okay, we're going to move across to the national results now.
National? No. Oh, national. For today or for the... Will you
Okay, national results for Bambinos. And in third place, Arabelle Krause. Second place, San Diego Frayed. And in first place, Michael Danks. Max the box. Not only does he win that wonderful trophy, but he also wins a Kid Rock motor and all the accessories. Mini Rock. Kid Rock. That's right. I don't do the prizes. Okay, Kid Rock National overall results. In third place, Ewan Fenter. Second place, Jack Moore. And in first place, Rafael da Silva. Yep.
Hold it up, Jack.
Yeah, more fight for me. Jack, hold on your leg. Kathy.
Hey, off you go, boys.
Jack's going to need a bank
Right, we move on to Mini Rock Under 10 overall results. And in third place, Matteo Mason. Second place, Berlin Robertson. And first overall, Caleb Oedendaal.
I told you those stripes on your head. There you go, guys.
Wait.
Wait, another mom.
Sorry.
Great catch,
Oh my
boys.
God! I want to get down from here now.
Well done. In front of your chest, boy. Bring it down. Berlin. Bring it down in front of your chest. There we go. Last one. Look out, boys and girls. Caleb. Look it up on the brain. There we go. Jump off.
Okay, thank you.
Right, moving on to Mini Rock National. Overall results, third place, Ashton Repsold. Second place, Vian Bosov. And in first place, Ethan Lennon.
Put it in front of your chest. Put it in front of your chest, boys. There we go. You need a broom for die hard. Way to go, boys.
Okay, OKJ overall results. In third place, Devian Naidu. Second place, Nicholas Rus. And in first place, Casey Enzo Smith. Who?
Casey, happy birthday, this cupcake here.
I'm not sure. And apparently we got a happy birthday to Casey as well. Yes. Come on.
Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Casey. Happy birthday to you. Right, and finally the KZ2 overall results. In third place we have Keegan Masters. Second place Dino Sturman. And in first place Fabian Lance.
What was the previous trophy? Oh.
Good job. Thank you. Thank you.
Well done.
So where's the...
I'll be clear myself.
Just call out Bambino.
I'll take it.
Where's Bambino?
Hey, then you can hang it up.
Exactly that.
Yes, 3,000
overall national results as well. Overall national champion in Bambino actually won the engine, but it was still Michael Danks, so the right person got the prize. Then the overall champion for Kid Rock is Jack Moore. Guys, I must just mention that these are provisional, but we do want to hand out the prizes because it still needs to be ratified by MSA. Sorry? And that is a ticket to the super final.
Jack, I want you to win.
Next up is Mini Rock, and winning the championship and going to the final is Liviwe Sambudla. Okay, then in the OKJ class, going to the Rok World Cup final, is Nicholas Rus. Right, and then the KZ2 class, wow, this was close. Just 4 points separated the top three, and the winner going to the world final is Keegan Masters.
Thank you. The first one, right? Doesn't have a visa. Am I legal? Massage. Thank you.
And then we'd just like to acknowledge the regional Bambino competitors. For the top three was Cooper Brody, or Brody Cooper, I would imagine. San Diego Frade. And Cade Kodnovsky.
Should be done now.
Okay, and then Mini Rock Under 10 national champion, Matteo Mason. Right, well, on behalf of For the Win Motorsport, we'd like to thank everybody for supporting the series and look forward to a bigger and better series next year. Thanks.